take it outside to the hallway, please. I am going to conduct a roll call. Commissioner Andrades. Present. Commissioner Field. Line commissioners, for the lights in the room, you have to turn them on and off. The green light will indicate that they are on. Commissioner Fuentes. Present. Commissioner Lewis is absent. Commissioner Mack. Yes. Commissioner Mesa is present. Commissioner Murray. Commissioner Sanchez is absent. Commissioner Schlager will be joining us late. Commissioner Stein. Commissioner Thomas present. Commissioner Young is absent today. We do have a quorum. All right, thank you, everyone. Our first item on the agenda is any welcome remarks from elected officials, but I do not see any elected officials present with us today. So we will move on to items of public comment. So I'm going to hand it over to our executive director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to do in-person public comment first, and then we will pivot to virtual public comment, which we are able to implement today. Let's see, I'm just call 3 names at a time. When I call your name, please come up to the lectern and speak. We're going to have up to, I believe, 3 minutes of speaking maximum on today because we have both virtual and in person. So let's start with William, Bruce, and Leonora. William, Bruce, and Leonora, please come up.
And for members of the public, I would ask you just to put the mic, unfortunately, as close to your mouth as possible. It may seem awkward, but you'll see it's going to be the only way that we're going to be able to hear you.
Perfect. William, how many did you?
Hi everyone, my name is William Berg. I'm on the board for the Winnetka Neighborhood Council. Very sweet. Sure. I'm on the board for the Winnetka Neighborhood Council as the treasurer. I just wanted to come by and express my appreciation for everybody here who's putting in the work to give representation to all the constituents, all the bodies that are necessary when reforming the charter. I think it's an incredibly important job that's going to have lasting effects for people long after you make this decision. So I want to go ahead and send my thanks to everybody, especially Mr. James. I just think that we have representation. This is all about democracy. And just one other thing that I wanted to add is, especially for the online comment, if we can go ahead and have more support for that, because the democracy is about the representation of all the constituents, not the communities.
Thank you, Bruce. Bruce, you're done?
Democracy is how we thrive. We want transparent elections, easy to verify, like hand recounts and audits. This isn't much to ask when it comes to a ballot counting system. I believe my choice vote makes it harder to vote, harder to count votes, and much harder to ensure a transparent and accountable democratic process. One harder for voters. Compared to current choose one overseas voting with RCD only if they ran multiple candidates. Ballots can indeed be more expressive. Again, what if 5 or more candidates run for a single seat? To give each candidate a separate single rating, voters must compare and contrast the relative value of each candidate. Those who can have the same rank. I worry this is intellectual labor. Few voters will get sufficient time to do well. In elections with 5 or more candidates, under RCD, whose votes have votes, primarily well-informed voters. Our city sees voting power up to educated elites. It makes voting harder for people and low information voters. This is why simple scoring is better than ranking. Any future comments?
Thank you, Lenora. After Lenora, please let out George, Marlene, and David. George, Marlene, and David. Lenora, how much time?
Can I have the 2 minutes? I'm ready. Thank you. My name is Lenora Kemner. I'm here as a resident of the county, and I'm also executive director of Democracy Without Elections. We advocate for civic assemblies. That's our purpose. Civic assemblies are a proven way to bring people together to learn, deliberate, and make recommendations that represent the full community. They are extremely representative of populations when they're done, and they're fair, they're fundamentally fair, and I believe that they bring people together, they bring communities together over very difficult issues that we see again and again, these issues very difficult parts. So I'd like to encourage the Commission to endorse and support civic assemblies as part of this process, with help identifying topics, providing space, and connecting to the public. By supporting civic assemblies, the Commission can strengthen public trust and show Los Angeles and the people at the center of its democracy. I truly believe this could be a really important model, during this time in our country. The need for intervening, just the important work that they've done here. So thank you for considering my comments. Thank you for your time.
George.
2 minutes, please. Mine is a lot what I really have with the speakers. What I think is that this kind of a way of proposing reform ideas, like 1 minute presentation is in addition. But if you could have a assembly citywide for rotating membership, random people from the city, they can filter proposals, and if they get a supermajority, they can maybe go in front of city council or maybe go on the ballot. And that would permit an ongoing process for adaptive reforms. In the city, it would not be dominated by the office lobby, and it would represent statistically what the real population of the city is. Thank you.
Check. Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening. 2.5. Okay. Good evening or good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Marlene Fonseca. I'm the Executive Director of the EAA Union, proudly representing 6,000 employees in the city of Los Angeles. We do look forward, EAA, to formally presenting at a future commission meeting to share with you our suggestions, concerns, as well as our non-starters regarding any changes to the charter in employment matters. The items that I saw on the report today, especially those involving personnel and civil service, have real immediate consequences for our members. Issues like promotion, probationary periods, emergency appointments, these are daily realities that our members navigate throughout their city careers. As of today, there have been no real discussions taking place between labor and the city, and therefore removing the employment article from the charter again as a delay for us, EAA, is a non-starter. We will not support any actions that weaken civil service protections, fairness, or transparency. We understand the content will be relocated, but anything outside the charter can be changed with the political winds, and that is unacceptable. We're not opposed to modernization, but reform has created equity, opportunity, and created better pathways. These changes must be shaped with us, labor, and with those who are directly impacted, not around us. Again, we look forward to presenting in greater detail at an upcoming meeting, but even further, we look forward to actually engaging in a properly prepared process with the city sooner than later. This is a process, for those of you who don't know, is required when there are changes being made to conditions of employment, which would happen when you're changing employment sections of the city charter. It's in everybody's best interest to do this sooner than later, not only so you can meet your target, but so that we can have real thoughtful, meaningful conversations about these very important matters that impact our members. Thank you very much.
Thank you. After David, it's going to be Lionel, Michael, Francine, and then Wayne. So Lionel, Michael, and Wayne line up after David, please. David, hello.
3 minutes, please. The NBA flag. Good evening, distinguished members, ladies and gentlemen in the audience. My name is David Ontiveros, resident of the city of Los Angeles, under our employee. This is my third time here. I see presentation today. Just want to bring to your attention that when it comes to personnel matters, I would suggest that we consider proprietary board option where the departments have their direct input when it comes to hiring people and the people they need for their department. Just to give an example of what I've been called for the last couple of years, we have 260 people that we hire every year for the department because they're aging out of the time. And it's really hard for us to backfill these positions. And because I sit down and join your manager and the members and actually get to see what the departments are doing trying to backfill these positions, we're really having a hard time with the personnel department getting testings to be able to bring people in. And the proprietary concept that we able to hire people as we need, we'll be able to have people and we need to fulfill all our projects in the department. The civic center, the ordinance, the World Cup, and so forth, all the infrastructure. And also, I'll say that it's actually neat to hear from the warriors out there asking that some of that their communities are impacted by the low income and opportunities. When you remove any civil service protection from the charter, Article 6, you're removing civil protection for people who might want to come from the community and also enjoy the benefits of working with the department. It's a great job. Just to give you an example, when it comes to the pancake level, people that can meet with the department, not the department, the city, you have a fire department, out of the number 2, and then Los Angeles Police Department. So being a member of the Department of Water Power is a great job in the communities that want to increase the participation in economic development of their households or communities. And it is an asset to consider when you're going through the evaluation that maybe you might want to call in some legal representatives with the personnel director and fine-tune and be able to come up with some kind of hybrid program that can take advantage of the civil service protections and get away from the Article 10 going to administrative, which totally direct the civil service protections for the department personnel.
Thank you so much. Hands up, Lionel. Sorry, Lionel next. Lionel is next. Michael. Lionel.
2 minutes, Mr. Berggruen.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is speaking as an individual. I'm a member of the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocate. Speaking on behalf of thank Jack Humphreyville and y'all for being here, my fellow budget advocates, and other neighborhood councils and civic assemblies as well. I'd like to urge the Commission to look into civic assemblies. I believe that democracy needs to be heard, that we need broader representation, especially for low-income, working class, marginalized neighborhoods across the city. Because many people's voices are not heard, and we need to reform our civic engagement, how we engage with people, to be able to get out and vote, to speak their minds, to raise concerns. And I also would like to urge the Commission to look into
empowering neighborhood councils. The neighborhood councils are feel like they're not being heard. Some are putting in that time and effort to represent their neighborhoods, and they feel that the elected officials are not hearing them out, and some of them just give up and resign. So we need to empower them, because this is a democratic country, and we need to make sure that our people are being heard at all levels, especially at the lowest level. And I hope that you can look into taking the recommendations by the city controller and the media, the recommendations by the budget advocates. I strongly consider those recommendations to be thoroughly thought out, and to be considered to make our government better, more responsive, more efficient for the people of Los Angeles. We're here to represent the people of Los Angeles, and not the lobbyists, not the special interests, not the corporate elite, for the people of Los Angeles that every day in legal start, every day working hard to provide for their families, for the communities. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Hello again, Michael Weinstein, I'm Senator Mayor. So first, you have bylaws on number 4, and I think you should give direction to your staff to come back to institutionalize the virtual participation you have today, but it's in your rules not just for this body, but for the committee meetings. That would help with the outreach plan that you all presented to the council committee a few weeks ago and bring more input. Number 2, on civic assemblies, they used to be called citizens assemblies, where the cool people here in LA were involved in the change in civic assemblies, because of course our community isn't just citizens. It's broader than that. I think that's a really inspiring idea. And the reason I support this so much is the same reason I've been arguing for multi-city council districts, because our democracy is stronger when more people are at the seat of democracy. And civic assemblies bring the wisdom and merit of diversity to problem solving. And you've heard a lot of council members want to not meet as frequently during the week and get out there more about the council members can farm out some of those difficult issues in their districts. Civic assemblies to talk about these issues first, it will free up the council a bit on their time. And then I want to preview next week the mapping that we've been doing about multi-seat districts is going to be presented. And the early indications right now is that multi-seat districts are better at incorporating the diversity in LA than the same number of single-seat districts. And that's going to be a really big deal when you talk to the council. And if you choose to recommend multi-seat districts with proportional ranked choice voting, the numbers likely are going to say that that kind of system reflects who we are in LA in a richer, broader, and deeper manner than single-seat districts can, simply because of where people live and the limitations of winner-take-all dynamics. The other thing is, many of us are familiar with multiracial coalitions getting people elected in LA. The great thing about multi-seat districts with proportional ranked choice voting is that you can have multiracial coalitions cooperate together over multiple candidates. And hey, we rank your prior candidate number 1 and our number 2, and vice versa. And there are a lot of models of that in other cities. So it actually can promote more cooperation, coalition building than in our current system. And I hope those of you who are on that really cool committee can watch in on those numbers, because the mapping data is really the speaker of the show. Thank you.
And after waiting, we have Lisa, Triana, and Samuel. So Lisa, Triana, and Samuel, please line up. What do you have on? Okay. Go.
Thank you all for being here. I know it's a job. Another voice speak support. I'm another voice in support of civic assemblies. You're going to hear a presentation a while. I urge you to listen to it carefully. It's a mechanism, a tool, a democratic tool that brings ordinary people to the center of governments, and to the extent that you utilize assemblies in your process, it's going to make your job much easier and give you more power and voice to the city council. I don't know, this brochure, I have these bookmarks for Public Democracy LA as the website here, a little bit on it. And I just absolutely great. That's it.
Thank you, and Wayne, after Wayne is now Lisa. Lisa, come on up. How long is it?
Hello, I just need a minute. Thank you. Thank you, commissioners, for giving me the floor. My name is Lisa Gainey, fellow Chief Compliance Officer, Bank of America, Angelina, my whole life. And I'm here to show my support for civic assemblies and the great work of Rewrite LA. We've seen firsthand around the globe what civic assemblies in action can do, the inclusion and the building of community, and what happens when citizens collaborate instead of compete. So like many of us here today, support Rewrite LA and your great work, and thank you for your time.
How long?
Maybe 3, probably more like 2.5. So I come from a generation where there were always multiple pieces in the room. So good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Lisa Colombi, and I serve the city as the senior librarian. And I serve my colleagues as the president of the Librarians Guild at School Goal 2626. So I'm here today to remind you of some of the important points made in the presentation that I shared on behalf of the Coalition of Civic Unions. Our members and our future members are likely to be deeply impacted by the charter reform process. We continue to assert that the civil service rules must stay in the city charter in order to protect employees from harm and to protect the public from fraud, waste, and abuse. We also continue to assert that any proposed reforms to personnel-related sections of the charter are a mandatory subject of bargaining between the city and the unions that represents workers. The Coalition of LA City Unions has requested and conferred with the city regarding charter reform proposals, but the city has decided instead to present its proposals to this commission and the public before arguing with the coalition. The commission should not be deliberating about these proposals until the city meets and confers with the coalition and other city unions, so that the coalition's positions can be incorporated and reflected in the city's proposals. Unions continue to work with city departments in improving efficiencies and fairness in hiring, in bolstering recruitment and retention practices, and in developing training, all within the framework of the current city charter. As a general matter, we already know that creating exceptions to civil service protections deprive city workers from the career ladders, benefits, job stability, and other important rights that are a hallmark of public sector employment. So we ask the Commission to postpone any deliberation until the city has complied with its duty under the Employee Relations Ordinance and Myers-Milly's Ring Act to meet and confer over its proposed changes to personal provisions of the charter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Shimon. How long?
2 minutes.
There,
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Trina Traylor, and I represent the Los Angeles Black Workers Center. And I'm here to talk about the Black Jobs Crisis. The civil service system was designed nearly a century ago to prevent nepotism, but today it produces racial disparities. Testing requirements, outdated hiring practices, and prioritizing city work have created barriers that exclude qualified Black workers. We see this in every department. Black Angelinos make up a fraction of the city workforce in every neighborhood we create and call home for generations. When Black workers are locked out of public employment, our communities lose income, housing stability, and representation in the city decision-making. The city charter should guarantee that hiring and promotion systems advance racial equity and inclusion, not reproduce historical oppression. You have the power to set a new standard, to make the city of Los Angeles a model for workforce equity, like it used to be. We're asking you to use this charter reform process to address the Black jobs crisis. By embedding workforce equity language, transparency, measurable hiring goals, and oversight, you can make fairness enforceable, not optional. All of you have the very rare opportunity to open the doors of public sector to all Angelenos, starting with those who have been left waiting the longest, like workers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Lisa. I can't read the first name, but I think it's last name is Pittman, and then Michael. Lisa, Pittman, and Michael after Samuel. Samuel, how long?
Hello, listeners. My name is Samuel Rice. I'm a proud member of Los Angeles Black Workers. I was raised in Los Angeles. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of LA-seeking black workers like me, who apply to city jobs to give again, only get straight out by exams that have nothing to do with actual work or hiring managers that never call us back. Los Angeles used to lead the nation in creating pathways to sustainable and unionized jobs. But a system that's meant to ensure fairness has become our biggest barrier. This isn't about qualifications, it's about access. We are experiencing a black job crisis. Black workers like me are qualified, trained, and ready to work. The civil service process has become a law instead of a rule. Black applicants are told to try and get an insight while others move forward. In Los Angeles, the median income for black households is nearly half of white households. That's what happens when black workers are excluded. Our communities lose access to social mobility, healthcare, pensions, and pathways to homeownership. Charter reform is a chance to close this gap. It's a chance to make city hiring fair, transparent, and accountable to equity goals that assure black Angelenos can accept and succeed. I'm asking you to make racial equity in civil service a priority of this chapter reform process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then we have Lisa. Here, Lisa. This is Lisa. You're after Lisa? Is Lisa here? One last chance for Lisa? No? Are you Pittman? Okay, come on. Pittman, how long would you like to speak? 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for letting me speak, Commissioners. My name is Cheryl Whitman. I'm here to say that we need virtual public comment to all these meetings. It needs to be a normal thing for no matter what the meeting is, because people in the city have jobs and work, and if they continue to email with a public comment before they have to go to work, you can have more information within the city, and the people that are most marginalized will have more say, and that's necessary, because for disabled people like me, it's hard to get out here. Like, it took 3 buses and like 2 missed buses to get here on time. I barely made it. Also, we really need ranked voting in the city. If for no other reason, then the fact that it would cause people to vote more often because they have the option of voting for one person. If you have people voting, if you have 3 candidates and 2 are awesome, you can pick between the ones you want, and then it's a simple count measure. You go to whoever has 50% of the vote, and if they don't get 50% of the vote, your vote goes to the next person until that person gets 50% of the vote. It's a really simple process, and it will make things better for all families overall. Because we have a lot of workers in the city, and it doesn't make any sense that we can't elect them because we have to pick one because there are 7 that are good. So I'm thinking, if we have ranked choice voting in the charter, we will see change to our city exponentially more
Pushmataha. I can't read the first name, but Pushmataha.
Pushmataha.
Oh, thank you so much. All right, you're after. All right, 2 minutes.
I just want to second his first recommendation for the remote public comment. Yes, I just want to second the recommendation for remote public comment. I'm here today in my volunteer capacity as a supporter of the Rewrite LA Coalition. About a year ago, Alex Nady and I facilitated a model civic assembly in this building where we had at the 2024 Congress of Neighborhoods. We had about 25 neighborhood councilors in the room, and we empowered them to choose an issue that was important to their community, to deliberate solutions to that issue, and decide both on what solutions they wanted to propose to the community. We had no idea what this process was going to, what the outcome was going to be. When we asked them, how was it talking to neighbors from across the city? They said it was one of the most transformative experiences they had in their time in city government. These are people who have been serving in the neighborhood councils for decades in some cases. Why was that? It's because we gave them the opportunity to listen to one another, to meet people they'd never met before, and to really engage with them on an issue that affected them both. And it's that same civic spirit we want to bring to this charter reform process. And that's what Rewrite LA is going to be talking about today. Civic assemblies are just a terrific tool at bringing people together from all backgrounds to play a role in government. And you all have a tremendous opportunity to endorse them so that we can take a few things off your plate, have some members of Los Angeles deliberate those issues, and then provide you with their perspective. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate any consideration you're able to give to civic assemblies.
Alright, how y'all doing, everybody?
Sir, up to the mic.
So many beautiful people here. I appreciate everybody. This is not usually like my personality type, you know what I mean? So I'm kind of working through the nerves and trying to get this through. So the reason I'm here is because I was actually writing a song on Instagram, you know what I mean? And then I saw Rewrite LA, and I thought it was such a beautiful thing. So I stand for the rock and rollers, the weirdos, the community of LA that honestly gets kind of shunned. And those are the individuals that I'm here to kind of represent. My boldness and my personality is always trying to see something that is kind of like, dang, I'm losing the words. Okay, I wrote something, all right? So just bear with me. I wrote something for you guys that I felt like was like necessary. We stand before you not as petitioners of Rewrite LA, but as the sovereign ones of many. I am that I am. My name is Gimeseth Pushmataha. I am the descendant of Chief Pushmataha, a sovereign ruler that was in of this land before this charter was even existed. My bloodline is not fictional. It is royal, it is indigenous, and it is divine. I fought the Supreme Court. I also fought the federal court for 5 years to reclaim my own Choctaw Rock heritage. And I think that it's also important that we establish and keep the indigenous ones in the spirit alive. And that is why I'm here. For too long, I feel like this city's powers have been written in secret, behind closed doors, in legal codes, and colonial silence. But today I speak to something divine, calming law into this space. For this moment forward, the charter cannot be rewritten without spiritual consequence. You are now being seen and judged by something that is bigger than this. The illusion that this darkness protects this establishment is now over. That darkness is now ours. A sacred womb, not the hiding place. And that is what we reclaim today as our shield, as our memory, and as our mirror. May every spoken word from this moment forward serve all divine beings across all timelines and all identities. and may that ink dissolve into the very light of ancestral truth. I do not plead, I proclaim. And what I want to say is after I end this, in my own behalf, watch y'all talk, we have that award cry, and I'll share that with y'all, okay? It's just very short service, might be a little intense. Thank you.
We're going to switch to virtual public comment before we wrap up.
Executive Director, if we could add 20 more minutes of in-person public comment, please.
Sure, I'm going to come back to that. I've got the first list, and I think we've got to start notes in the back as well. So stand by. We're just going to do virtual public comment. How many hands do we have raised right now? We have 6 hands raised, and we're going to, who's our first person off mute? Henry, we're going to just give you 2 minutes. You're going to lead us out.
I'm here to talk about the charter amendments as it pertains to personnel. Now, we've seen conversations from various city officials, particularly Controller Mejia, as it relates to the proposed amendments, which are not only for the Controller's Office to actually have a designated budget that is outside the control of the mayor and the city council, but also the policies and oversight and the power of audits that the Controller should be allowed to do, and not under the direct authority of the people that he's trying to audit. And I believe, as do many other Angelinos, that not only that should be as a proposition, but it should in fact be ratified as an amendment. There's no possible way that you can have a truly independent watchdog whose entire power stems exclusively from the mayor and the council who he's responsible to audit. You cannot have that power stripped away from a position that is virtually and practically powerless the way that it is structured today, as the charter stands today. And this board and body has not only the ability and power to do so, but the utter necessity and responsibility to execute on that amendment. The Controller's Office should be able to designate a certain percentage of the budget exclusively tied just so under their purview, as well as the staffing under their purview, and to have the authority to audit each and every agency without that money for his personnel and the ability to carry out those audits be controlled by the agencies and departments that he's responsible to audit. That is not corruption. That is not overstepping. That is literally what the Controller's Office is supposed to do. And for far too long, the city and the mayor have colluded to keep the Controller in such a weak state because they know how utterly important it is.
Michael, come on mute, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, this is Michael Eagle Hall, volunteer with the Cal RCB out here in the Berggruen Building. But first, I just want to thank commissioners for your time and for continuing to make these meetings accessible to the public, especially by allowing remote participation. I'm very happy to be speaking to you from the comfort of my own home today. I would like to respectfully ask that you extend remote public comment to your subcommittee meetings as well, if you're considering that. And I'm told that there's a 30-minute cap on total public comment during some of these meetings. I saw that Chairman was kind enough to extend that time today, but I would hope that we don't have that cap in the future. And the reason that we're asking for expanded public comment is simple. We just want to be able to demonstrate to you guys that we do, in fact, have broad public support for the issues that we're advocating for. It's not just a bunch of single issue nerds passionate as we are. And that includes all the electoral forms that make Los Angeles more representative and accountable. I also wanted to briefly respond to the earlier comment opposing ranked choice voting from the gentleman earlier who had concerns about people not being able to understand RCB. Look, in every jurisdiction that's adopted RCB, voters overwhelmingly say they understand it, they like it, and they want to keep it. So I just wanted to remind everybody of that. And in terms of, in regards to other alternative voting methods, I also wanted to remind the Commission that RCB is the only alternative voting method currently approved approved by the California Secretary of State. So I just wanted to get those facts out there. Thank you guys again so much for your continued work and for your commitment to transparency, public participation, all that good stuff. I hope you guys have a great meeting tonight. Lovely to speak to you all. Be well. Take care.
Thank you, next. Sean is next for 2 minutes. Sean, can you hear us?
Yes. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm calling in today on behalf of California Common Cause. I'm here to advocate for the inclusion of remote public comment at all future commission subcommittee meetings. We submitted a petition to this meeting yesterday with over 130 Angelinos and community members requesting the same thing. I wouldn't be able to participate today if you weren't allowing remote comment. Well, and I want to say that I appreciate staff and the Commission's public outreach efforts and also holding meetings in multiple locations. This is not enough, and we will gain, I believe, significantly more public participation if you do allow remote comment moving forward. I currently see there are over 8 participants on this call. Not all of them are raising their hand, but it's important that they are allowed to if they want to. This is a topic that's too important to limit public participation just in-person comment. And I just will note briefly, not allowing more comment, I believe is a disservice, not just to the community, but also to the Commission's work. As you are want to take as much public comment as possible. And finally, SB 707 was signed into law, so all city councils moving forward are going to have to provide remote comment beginning next year. It does not apply to all committees, but I hope that the Commission will consider advocating for this, that it does apply to all open city meetings in your charter reform recommendations. Thank you, Commissioners, for your time and your service.
Thank you, and Carolina, I believe you are last in voice. 2 minutes. Carolina, can you hear us? Goodman?
Commissioners, Carolina Goodman, member of the Fair FLA Coalition. Thank you for the opportunity to make public comment today. Democracy depends on our public participation. Please do all that you can to make remote public comment available in future meetings of the Commission and committees. There's an overwhelming amount of work to be done by the Commission. Meetings must be efficient and focused. Commissioners are able to make their points in a clear, succinct manner. City Council has similar guidelines for how much time someone can speak. It is not meant to silence anyone. At any time, Commission members may vote to extend the time when necessary for debate or future discussion. Please support the motion presented by Commissioners Field and Watkins. Finally, I attended the September 15th Commission meeting at Berggruen College, where the LA dispute system was discussed. City Council did not have time to put this issue to voters last November, and they expected the Charter Reform Commission to take it up. Please let us know how the Commission will address this issue. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. Okay. Now we're back to, I've got the second list of, in-person public comments. The 3 people attended this comment on. Clifford, Rob, and I think it's Jerome. I hope I got that right. Clifford and Rob, I can't Jerome and the last name starts with an E. Clifford, hello?
Hey. Hi, I'm Cliff.
Hello.
2 minutes. Thank you. I'm Cliff, a volunteer for CalRC, and I'm here to advocate for allowing online public comment for this Charter Reform Commission, as it is crucial to engage as many people as possible, even those who can't be here physically,
in our local democratic experiment, particularly as we consider important changes to how our locality functions. Here are some key reasons to support this initiative: accountability and transparency, by allowing public comment. You, as commission members, you're all held to more account. When citizens have the opportunity to voice their opinions, commissioners are compelled to explain their decisions, fostering trust and transparency between them and the community. Diverse perspectives, as Los Angeles is a vibrant mix of cultures and backgrounds. By inviting public comment, we ensure that a wide range of voices, especially from historically marginalized communities, are heard. This diversity leads to more equitable governance that reflects our city's true character. Informed decision-making. Public comment provides insight that formal research alone may overlook. Residents often have first-hand knowledge of local challenges, enabling the commissions to make more informed and practical decisions that genuinely address community needs. And civic engagement is another factor. As when people know that their voices matter, they are more likely to engage in the democratic process. This participation can boost voter turnout and foster a strong sense of civic responsibility among residents, enriching our community as a whole. Building community trust is another important factor, as feeling heard builds trust in government, and when residents see that their input is valued, they are more likely to engage in support forums. Thank you.
Hello. Rock on, I'd like 3 minutes. Anybody know what tomorrow is? It's the 3-year.
months from the time we started.
This is true. It's also 3 years from the date the LA Fed takes dropped on all of us. In that moment, for me, it seemed like, holy shit, things are actually going to change. They're taking things seriously. And we've seen the council repeatedly punt on us. We have a commission now. Imagine if somebody tuned into the last meeting where we had people talking about bylaws for 2 hours and less than an hour about the actual reform stuff. They would walk away thinking that this is a dumpster fire. And sadly, I don't think they realize how bad it actually is. This commission is 12 meetings in, and we're no longer at the point where I warn you this is going off. Whereas this commission is set up to be doomed. Absolutely doomed unless you take corrective action. And we need real changes on a lot of fronts. At a basic level, we need this commission fully informed of what's going on. We need regular written executive director reports on this commission's operations, what's going on with outreach. We shouldn't be surprised at a town hall to learn the surveys coming out the next day, even though a bunch of good questions about that. I really support the idea of civic assembly, but I want to see us actually get transparency on the budget. We haven't had any conversation about that in 2.5 months. You might hear the city attorney talk about that, and I would just say the 99 appointed commission had that power. Our redistricting commission had the power, and the only difference there is they had the power to choose their executive director. No matter what, we should have transparency, and if you want, I can just fire a bunch of CPRA requests, but if there is an issue here, why don't you ask the city council to amend the ordinance so you actually have that power? We need to flush out this meeting schedule. We need to add regular meetings of this commission, one preferably soon within the next few weeks so we can get our administrative house in order. Our next regular meeting is not set up for until November 19th. We can't wait until then. These committees, we gotta add more, figure out if we're actually gonna add more personal phone. If we're not, consolidate them. I don't see a staff report for tomorrow's committee meeting. It isn't clear if these committees are actually going to be doing other than listening to presentations. We need actual deliberation that is facilitated by staff reports. The issues here are not whether we want to do it to new budget. It's all of the details with it. That's why the council funded it to you. I have this big stack of papers here because in 2018, I was able to get caught up on 6 months of ethics commission deliberations on management funds reform because the ethics commission put these reports together. I would not have been able to get caught up without that. And you know the commission would not have been able to wait through that without that help. We need help here. I am really concerned on a number of issues. I didn't get to the rest of it. But we gotta have some real deliberation here. You gotta accept some time on this. We got work to do. The status quo has an anti-black bias by doing nothing. And we keep everybody to ourselves.
Say it, probably 6 or 7 minutes.
Sorry, two minutes?
6 or 7.
No, sorry, 1 time.
You just gave it 4.
No, I gave him 3. That's the maximum. I'll give you good for it.
Alright. I'm trying to express my deep concern regarding the recent proposal to amend the bylaws, which I believe is not only misguided, but also aligned to systemic racism that has long plagued the city. The League of the City Council tapes has laid bare the attempts to undermine Black political power, and I fear that this proposal is a continuation of that trend. Several points have compelled me to raise this issue. 1, targeted introduction. It is troubling that this amendment was shopped around with the intent to find Black commissioners to introduce it. 2, questionable correspondence. There are commissioners that have been tied to anti-Black, I believe, or anti-Black proposed amendments. 3, misrepresentation of engagement. We'll skip back to that one just because of the time. Voting patterns. The voting down of a proposal aimed at increasing diversity and experience among our committees is unconscionable. Worse, with staff's attempt to justify no votes by claiming commissioners were exhausted and frustrated. This is indicative of a deeper issue. This pattern suggests a reluctance to truly embrace diversity within our commission. 5, neglect of racial issues. It is concerning that issues of race have not been adequately addressed, including the absence of Black-led organizations in our discussions and the failure to confront the racial terrorism faced by Black individuals alongside other marginalized groups. 6, unequal standards. There appears to be a different set of requirements and processes imposed on Black-led organizations, invited to present, which creates a barrier to equitable participation. 7, underrepresentation on committees. Lack of representation of Black individuals on some committees is alarming and speaks to a broader issue of inclusion within our government structure. 8, attendance disparities. The lack of Black attendance to meetings is a reflection of our disconnect between our commission and the communities we serve. There needs to be greater visibility around the timing and the organization of these meetings, especially with Black communities. 9, ignoring community concerns. There's been a lot of troubling failure to respond to concerns about racism within neighborhood councils, along with the lack of engagement regarding how various reform recommendations will impact the Black community. And last 10, debate duration. If we abide by the proposed amendment, it's likely that our debates will exceed an hour and impede meaningful discussion. Furthermore, the amendment does not clarify the proposal. Can you give me an extra 10 seconds? Furthermore, the amendment does not clarify the procedure for instances when a commissioner decides not to speak, or what protocol should be followed if a commissioner exceeds the allotted speaking time. The ambiguity could lead to confusion and further inhibit efficient and effective dialogue.
Okay, thank you. What was your name again? Just lay it on the list.
Say it already.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry, I was just making sure because I had to also.
I want to note for the minutes that Commissioner Schreiber has joined us.
Thank you. 22.
Hello, Commissioner. So my name is Johan Rosen. I actually had, the privilege and fortunate enough to be able to drive from that Sally. Anyone knows where that is? It's a long drive, right? Especially right now because traffic is Thank you. So I just wanted to advocate for all those that are policy wonks and subcommittees are where work should be done, right? So I think it's really important to give the public access to these subcommittee meetings and give their input because I shared this at the last committee meeting. I've had to also knock 1,000 floors for the last decade working on these sort of campaigns, and one common theme I've seen go across the political spectrum is often people think the vote doesn't matter. Why vote if the vote doesn't matter? Why vote if the politicians don't reflect their communities, their values, so on and so forth, right? So I think it's really important to give access to and to the subcommittee meetings, to the board of public comment, and expand the council comprehensive portion of which was voting, and that solves all the issues that have come up. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you so much. I'd like to recognize Scott and Nicholas. Scott and Nicholas.
Good day. We'll go for the 3 things. Use it all. I'm a resident for 21 years, originally from Canada, with 2 daughters and a grandson, 9 months old, living in the city. I love LA, and I'm here to support the call for more civic assemblies. I'm going to try to recognize a bit from my experience. Why was Cold Spring State allowed to close? Rough ballpark, because no family or even a single woman could safely walk into town. Our downtown is embarrassing. Even more so, given the lack of traction of the problem that has had billions of dollars addressed towards it. Why is it that since I've been here in LA, literally every builder or developer I have confirms that LA County and City building safety is the least efficient and most destructive agency they have ever encountered when we need more housing? After billions spent on one of the wealthiest cities in the world with a budget and resources surpassing most of its cities around the world, and in the US, we have a skid row problem that's over 50 years old, and hardly any gains in recent years on education quality and affordable housing, safety and security, traffic and transport. It took me 1.5 hours to get here from the West Valley. That's right. One leader and candidate after another promises change, and things only seem to get worse. Why? All levels of our government are captured by the wealthy, special interests, and corporate interests. They aren't malicious, but they overwhelm the system, and the people's voice is, at best, a scattershot of 1-minute public comments, and the inevitable frustration for people, councilors, and commissioners in that system. We need a much better way to tap into, channel, and amplify the depth and richness of our community's intelligence, experience, creativity, and diversity. So how do we do this? We need something more substantial than wonky tweaks to the charter. More councilors, supervisors won't fix anything, representing hundreds of thousands or millions. There's no way to get what's really in our community. What we need is diverse citizens selected by lottery to eliminate the potential for corruption or dominating special interests, and paid to serve them to deliberate, to tease out the best of their community, to research thoroughly, and to generate the solutions that our system can't do without a thorough, deeper voice of public participation. Civic assemblies work in ancient Greece to yield its greatest flourishing ever as a corruption-proofing to capture the policies of our government of the biggest things.
Thank you, Nick.
Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak and see you all here. I want to begin with the foundation of everything the city does. It's people. Whether it's housing, public safety, planning, or sanitation, nothing functions without a strong, motivated, well-supported workforce. Los Angeles' civil service system was designed to protect fairness and merit, and those values must remain, but the system has grown so rigid that it now slows hiring, discourages talent, and blocks innovation. We regularly lose qualified candidates because our process takes months, sometimes more than a year, just to fill a vacancy, not even to add new people onto it. We need a modern personnel system that keeps merit-based protections but adds flexibility. Faster lateral hiring between departments, apprenticeship and mentorship programs, and clear workforce development paths that prepare employees for leadership. City service should mean opportunity, not bureaucracy and pain. That reform depends on budget stability. You can't train or retain talent on a one-year budget cycle. A multi-year budgeting framework will allow Congress to plan ahead to invest in training, technology, continuity, instead of surviving year-to-year chaos and what do we do here. But structure also matters, and everything comes from the top. Los Angeles, nearly 4 million residents, still has only 15 council members, the same number as a century ago. Each district now serves about 260,000 people, while the average city in Los Angeles County, excluding LA itself, has just 70,290 residents total. In most cases, one field deputy for a council member has more people represented by them than an entire mayor in the remainder of our county. That imbalance makes government distant. As a member of the Hyde Park Neighborhood Council and former vice chair, I can testify to how impossible it can be to contact local council, even when you're supposed to be the first one they're talking to. We need a larger city council, and the charter should guarantee that it keeps pace with growth. I believe that she 29 people, a realistic, honest number that we realistically could get for our city council to agree to. And if the average district ever sees 150,000 residents, a ballot that should automatically go to voters to consider expansion. Representation shouldn't depend on politics, it should just automatic. And at the same time, we should reduce council term limits from 3 to 2, and adopt ranked choice voting for all citywide elections. So elections reward coalition building and not majority support, and majority support. The mayor should also formally be empowered to oversee and coordinate all land use departments and planning authorities starting and ending there. Council hold limited veto authority for extraordinary cases, minimizing the effect and possibility of corruption or the incentive to do so. That change will align accountability with executive capacity and the capacity of ad hoc council control that slowed housing production for decades, much like the first thing before was talking about. Finally, our neighborhood councils deserve a real accountability function. I support a simple modification to the neighborhood council. If a majority of NCs decide, vote to do so, they should have the power to initiate an ethics investigation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have two more. First one up. Maria, I will give you 2 minutes. Come on through. Go for it.
Hello, I just want to make sure you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. I just wanted to say thank you, and I want to back up to some of the other colleagues and I shouldn't have thank you for giving the time. I know it's going to be a lot of hard work, a lot of tough work, but please hang in there. I applaud you. You're leaving your child, your family, for everything just to be here to fight for us, for the community, for the people. My hat is off to you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Johnny, Thomas, and the rest of the community, and the rest of the board, everything. Thank you so much once again, and have a blessed day.
Thank you so much. Griselda, come on mute for 2 minutes.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Griselda Diaz, and I'm a declared candidate for the mayoral race next year. And I would like to concur with a lot of the commentary that has been going on in this meeting, and further wanted to raise that as you work in the new charter, please more accountability for the LAPD. As a person that has been protesting at the Metropolitan Detention Center on and on throughout the summer, we have encountered that they are working with the federal government and harassing people while they are protesting and exercising their First Amendment right to protest, as well as continued use and abuse of them brutalizing people while they're spitting their protests, as well as in the streets. I live in South LA, I live south of Century Boulevard, so I live in what can be considered one of the most marginalized areas of the city. And to that effect, I would also ask that you guys write in there that we give more four-way stop signs. There's a lot of children here, a lot of accidents happening here, a lot of people get killed because of vehicular manslaughter, because we don't have the same type of safety parameters as other areas of the city, and that leaves a lot of people at a lot of disadvantage. Further, I would also like to extend my support for Controller Media being able to audit departments as need be, and starting with the LAPD, as they have been incurring excessive amounts of overtime. And further, I would wish to see that whenever the city and its residents are going to encounter additional fees or budgets, instead of having the city council just unilaterally vote that in, that should be put up to the voters, because we are being made to pay out of our tax dollars for things that we did not even agree to. And that would also include the proposed expanding of the convention center. Things of that nature should be put up to the voters, because unfortunately the budget is way out of line. We are in the red, and we continue to incur more debt as a city, and that is just really irresponsible. And I also would like to promote the ranked choice voting. I think that is a great idea. And also would like to include voting for the unincorporated areas, that they vote for mayor and other things that they're not allowed to vote for a community because they're considered.
Thank you so much. That's fine. I think that concludes public comment. Mr. Barry. Mark.
2 minutes, please. Thank you so much. Ross Weishoffer, volunteer here in LA. I'm seeking the next Mayor of LA's coalition letter on the need for no comment at all commission committee meetings, as our letter states our court processes in Pasadena, Honolulu, in Portland, in New York, and hey, tonight we have the hybrid comment options. Los Angeles should be able to too. We also deserve transparency on the allocation of the budget. We heard in past meetings, commissioners ask for that information, and as the commission's hardest work gets underway in the LA community, we need that information too, so we can all know how this body plans to increase its annual capacity to meet the coming moment. And I'm not speaking alone for myself. Our letter has signed on the California Climate Clause, the include voters, Start Voting LA, Under LA, and our LA coalition. All our organizations from the many communities across our state agree this body is going to be the panel to work ahead, it needs a comment, and it needs budget transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the public, for providing comment, and those who provided comment virtually, and those in attendance today observing who did not provide comment. We move on to the next item on our agenda. Are there any neighborhood council approved community impact statements? All right, seeing none, we will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the approval of the minutes. Commissioners, we have 2 sets of minutes from our previous meetings. We have I would like to entertain first a motion for approval of our minutes from our regular meeting of September 17th, 2025. Is there a motion? Motion by Commissioner Murray. Is there a second?
Second.
A second by Commissioner Schlatter. Is there any discussion on the motion related to approval of our regular meeting minutes from September 17th? All right, seeing no discussion, is there any objection to approving the minutes? All right, seeing no objection, the approval of the minutes for the regular meeting on September 17th are approved. I would now entertain a motion for approval of our minutes from our special meeting on Wednesday, September 17th, 2025. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Fuentes. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Schlatter. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve the minutes from the special meeting on September 17th?
And I'm looking through this, and I don't necessarily see it, but if there's going to be a motion that is centered around the quote unquote 20 minutes that I made commentary, I think it should be in the minutes. I don't know if it's in there.
Typically, the minutes don't reflect. And I can detail they just reflect, who's commissioners present, and votes. And
well, I think since such a big deal has been made about that, I think it would be appropriate to have it in here. Because a big deal has been made about it. And so, I'm saying, I think it should be mentioned. Because after all, we are going to be amending the bylaws, and the discussion was that we didn't have time to amend the bylaws. We took too much. We should have been doing that. And so I think it needs to be mentioned.
We've had.
If you could show me where it should not be.
Sure. I just in the past we've been instructed by the city clerk and city attorney's office that really the recordings are the full record of commission meetings, and minutes are basically streamlined to just reflect again those members present, items voted on. Was it an action?
I think there was an action after the fact. I won't belabor the point, but I think that since it was so important,
and we're talking about a motion, maybe that you can make it You know, the city attorney just left to get the lights back on, Mr. Chair.
No, he's right there, he's back. Fantastic. I don't need to make a motion, I'm making a comment. You asked about the minutes. I have a comment is, so if you were saying that it's not appropriate to go in there, then that's all you need to say. I disagree. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Thomas, I would,
we don't need to have a discussion, let's just move on. Let's just go on the minutes, we don't need to have a discussion.
right, is there
Efficient and effective. So let's be efficient and effective and let's move on.
Is there any further discussion on the motion to approve the minutes from the special meeting of September 17th? Seeing none, is there any objection to approving the minutes from the special meeting of September 17th?
I gave mine already.
Well, if there's objection, then I believe a roll call is needed. Commissioner Andrades?
Yes.
Commissioner Field?
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis is absent. Commissioner Mapp?
Yes.
Chair Messai, yes. Second, Vice Chair Murray?
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez is absent. Commissioner Schlatter?
Yes.
Commissioner Stein?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
No.
Commissioner Yap is absent. Motion passes. We now move on to the next item of our agenda, which is the Executive Director's Report on Outreach and Other Matters.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Commissioners, I have passed down, we put some copies in the back, and we will be posting later today, just a version 1.0 of a written Executive Director Report, version 2.0, except for the meetings will be different. On the report, but just the top lines, I'll first start out with, we have approximately 60 people in person and approximately 80 on Zoom. So those are both groups actually. I think 60 is a high point for us, and 80 is also a high point for us on participation for these commission meetings. Continuing, I will next bring up our newest staff member. I'm super excited to introduce Brianna Scott, our policy director. Welcome to the city and please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Brianna Scott. I just graduated from UC San Diego with my master's in public policy. From Los Angeles, Compton specifically.
Okay.
UC is political science and African American studies.
Do you know Isaiah Thomas? He played football for UC Davis.
No.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you so much. Welcome to the team. We're so happy to have you. She started on Monday. We first with Stephanie, with Sacramento. She took what's called a capital fellowship. I know many of you are familiar with it. She was really waitlisted and then got a late acceptance. We are happy for her, and she's doing good things. Continuing, just top lines on groups of meetings, which we will continue to do. We, here we have a different conferencing camera, and we have ordered an additional conferencing camera as well, which are waiting to be delivered to help improve the audio-visual aspects of these meetings. Virtual public comment here at City Hall meetings have been implemented. We're happy to do that. I'll just note that outside of City Hall, when we're at when we're doing our in the district meetings, when we're in the community, it's a lot harder. It's even we know what we're getting when we're here at City Hall on tech and connectivity and the like. And when we're in the, we already have one facility that didn't even have Wi-Fi, so we have some limitations there. But always looking to make improvement and always open to learning and improving, and just want to thank commissioners. Commissioners have definitely given me input and asked for additions, and the committee members have suggested, of course, made suggestions as well. And we continue to keep on improving. There's no ceiling to I think making these meetings better in our process. as we go. So we really wanted to appreciate everyone for that. I just want to talk about some major milestones since our last meeting. On our events since we last spoke, we had our first virtual press conference. The direction from this commission was to engage the press. And we had a brief press conference on the 26th where we engaged the press. We had both print and local television media participate, ask questions, and some set up one-on-one interviews with our commission chair. And I know many of you have also had a chance and opportunity to speak with the press. I think it's just amplifying the message of this process, which is really important, and I'm excited to see more to come, and we look forward to continue to engage the press as this commission has asked us to do. Our first virtual town hall was also on 9/29. We were able to, as I previewed before, it was our first one, and we will look forward to rotating different commissioners into subsequent ones, but because we're trying to engage the public in just every way we can, and in some of those ways, we are looking for opportunities to engage in non-traditional, meeting setups, come up, speak for 3 minutes, sit down, next. It was really an interactive, two-way communication forum where there was an open session where comments were, a presentation was made just on our process and what has been going on so far. We introduced staff, we introduced the 4 commissioners that were present, and then we were able to go into breakout rooms and have interactive communications. There was no one keeping time on anyone. People were able to make post-it notes and put it on the whiteboard. It was more organic. And I know the commissioners who participated appreciated it, and the community input that I got afterwards appreciated it as well. And it was a great non-traditional way of engaging the community. So because it went well, I think we're going to probably use that format again. Invite other commissioners to participate, so no commissioner gets 2 bites of the apple before everyone gets 1 bite. And then of course we're going to have in-person town halls as well. Of course, always working with the city attorney to make sure we're not violating the Brown Act, which is why we are having under a Brown Act amount of or under a quorum amount of commissioners at any one event to engage. But we made everything public afterwards. We posted the video, we posted the whiteboards with all the sticky notes, we posted the attendance. I think those were the big ones that we posted afterwards, and we'll continue to do that because we want to make sure that everyone, not only who's engaging, we had about the turnout was about 100 people in this virtual town hall, and yeah, it was really people got to rotate into rooms and talk about different subjects and really engage with commissioners. So more to come. Also, that Untitled LA is interested in hosting town hall in the future. For discussion with neighborhood councils. Online survey has also been posted. We have the QR link back. It's an opportunity again to engage people in a different, non-traditional way, engage people on certain subjects, and really it will provide data like how many people are saying they know about what's going on, or saying they want something to happen. It is about that as well, definitely, but it's also about just giving people the opportunity to engage in another non-traditional way. We'll make those results public. I'll keep everyone posted as we go with how many people are participating. But it's just, again, I don't think there's one lever you can pull and say we've engaged the entire community. I think there's many levers that we have to pull, and probably some that I haven't even, or no one's even brought up yet. Definitely open to more options to engage the public in this process as we continue. Many grants, we've also reached out about mini grants opportunities. The deadline for that is 10/22. We've also had some committee meetings. We're having a committee meeting tomorrow. Please keep your eye out on the calendar and sign up for our newsletters. There is likelihood of more committee meetings to be scheduled that aren't on the calendar, or we're just getting, tight in some places where we have, like, for example, we have a commission meeting today, and a committee meeting tomorrow. Probably, that's our capacity for 1 week. We'd like to do anything more than that, but, we're looking to work with committee chairs and look where we have opportunities to definitely have more meetings. Again, the engagement plan that was passed by this commission early in the summer was just the floor of what we were doing and what we said to council would say, and we already exceeded that floor by quite a bit. Having committee meetings, having additional meetings. The floor was about 1 or so meetings a month. Now we're at 3 to 4 to some more meetings a month. So that is just going to keep on evolving and adapting. I think that's the key thing, is evolving and adapting. I look forward to continuing to do that. I think that is, that's my last bullet point. Obviously, any questions?
Can I ask you first, Commissioner Thomas? In the spirit of transparency, how were the commissioners selected? What was the process? I know that they were selected by the chair, but what was the criteria for choosing the commissioners who would participate in the town hall? And why? And I think we should have had a discussion about that prior to, so that we would have been aware. And then my second question, I've got you, and I'm done. My second question has to do with the press conference. I found out about the press conference when a reporter asked me about it. I was embarrassed. It was shameful to me that I am a commissioner and there was a press conference representing me that I knew nothing about. And so I would appreciate that anything that goes out in the name of the commission, that all commissioners would know ahead of time. And it would not blindside us. It made us look extremely unorganized and unprofessional by doing that. And so I just want to make that clear.
I'll start with this. Definitely, I think I sent an email to commissioners. I honestly thought I had mentioned it. I do apologize if I didn't mention it at a previous meeting. I take your note. And as I said, I've tried to communicate with this commission at least once a week in emails, and I'll make sure that I cover all the bases. Definitely appreciate it. First question was how to, basically, I felt since we were doing subject matters, of each committee, that I went to the chairs first. And gave them the first choice. One chair was unavailable, so I went to backup. So that was my decision, actually, to give the chairs first, and then again.
So you think that's democratic? You think that was a democratic process? I'm just asking. That was democratic and fair.
The alternative would have been to have an item to share, and so the alternative, a democratic process. Sorry.
Yeah, show me your story.
The alternative, which could be an option for future, would be to have an item on an agenda, to have a discussion, have a vote on who gets to be in, virtual event 1, who gets to be in virtual event 2, who gets to be in virtual event 3, and I take that is an option. But since the plan is to make sure everyone gets an equal opportunity to participate in these events. That was just the decision I made.
And I can accept that, but given the fact that we did have an amendment proposed that spoke to the fact that the chair chose the number of committees, chose who were on the committees, and chose who would be the chair of the committees. That's why I kind of have a problem with that. It didn't seem fair to me, so I'm telling you. Thank you.
Again, everyone's going to get an opportunity to participate in these, and full transparency, everything is made available afterwards.
I don't have to go on before. Just saying, you don't have to explain. I duly heard.
And just to clarify, I know there were some questions about you know, the differences between this virtual town hall and our committee meetings, whereas the committee meetings are Brown Act meetings and we have silent observation of commissioners, and I definitely appreciate the commissioners who logged on to the first committee meeting as silent observers and participated, and that was their form of participation by not participating, but listened and kept up abreast. We weren't able to do the same process for our virtual town hall just because it's not a Brown Act meeting, and it would trigger Brown Act, you know, quorum levels if we had more commissioners, and even though they put more, would just be listening. The Brown Act is complicated, and if we feel frustrated by the Brown Act, somebody very intelligent said, if we feel frustrated by the Brown Act, then we're probably doing right by the Brown Act, to be fully transparent and to make sure that our residents know that we're being fully transparent in this process and not having a Brown Act meeting when we didn't notice it.
I have a couple questions right there. You said that the attendance was approximately 100. Is there any way to break that down out of that 100? Might you laugh? Okay. To break that down is how many were our staff included within the 100? How many were commissioners included within the 100? How many were city fabrics staff included within the 100? And still one group. And how many were from a department within the city or such that were participating? What I'm trying to do is see participants rather than the paid.
Yeah, that's it. The 100, I believe, is participants and exclusive of everyone else, city fabric and commission staff, and I believe commissioners as well. I can't speak to city staff that participate. Certainly, city staff is allowed to participate, you know, in these events. They definitely come here and speak often as residents. So, and because people didn't identify themselves as city staff, I can tell you.
I have a question on the Brown Act. One of my favorite, Brown and
One of our favorite topics
are just the best in the world. My question is, we're not going to relitigate whether a commissioner should have been allowed to watch that hearing. But didn't you violate? Not you personally, it's not a personal attack.
I can't, I don't know.
No, I don't think you violate the Brown Act. In fact, that we had 2 members of one of the subcommittees as participants in that. They went to separate breakout rooms. I'm so told that they did. They went to separate breakout rooms, but yet there were still 2 members of the subcommittee that participated in this. Is that not a violation of the Brown Act? Because I'm always for what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
That's an interesting point. We have one commissioner who's sitting next to me right I realize now who is on 2 committees. So there was no way of having you participate. Alright, I'll have to speak to the city about that and circle back.
Okay, just think about it like I don't hear else.
Thank you for that play.
Are there any other commissioners or Commissioner Mack?
Quick question about the online survey. I was wondering if there's a deadline for that or is it ongoing?
It's ongoing.
Okay, and second is what staff planning to do the survey?
So we're gonna basically it's gonna provide data. We're gonna use that data to first just again it's an engagement tool. It's a way to engage the community and just alone, that's a big plus. And then it's going to be a lot of data points. We'll be able to break down, you know, interactions by council districts, interactions by a lot of different demographics, and bring that to the commission. And let's say, you know, I don't have it right in front of me. So let's say there's a question. I always make the farcical example of should LA purchase the Golden Gate Bridge? If like 100% of survey respondents said LA should purchase the Golden Gate Bridge, I promise that's on the survey, then we would bring that not only to this commission, we would also bring that as an important data point to the city council if that's a recommendation to city council. So it's just another data point.
And just follow up in terms of reporting out, is that going to show up in our full commission meetings or the committee based on the topic of the data points?
Yes and yes, both. Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Andradas.
Thanks for that, Justin. I was just wondering if there was an update. I believe last week we were wondering if it was possible to get some kind of electronic drive or storage system that synthesized all of our committee material or commission material.
Yeah, what we're going to be doing is just making improvements going to the website that's going to make it function like what we would want for a drive. Because the website is public facing and Google Drive, while it's great for staffs and employees and the like, it becomes problematic for Brown Act reasons. But we definitely know that we can make changes, not only changes maybe to the website that will function a lot like the accessibility to Google Drive that will, I think the commissioners will appreciate, but I really hope the public will appreciate also just, and happy to take suggestions when people say, for example, it'd be great to have, this is just one idea, have all the agendas on one link, or have all the public comments for all the meetings on one link. So if you have those ideas, please feel free to shoot me an email, and we'll be working on implementing these improvements in the next couple of weeks. Yeah, as a note, as this commission continues, there's going to be a lot more documents and a lot more agendas and everything. So yeah, there's a need to really make these improvements as well. Now that we've really gotten to meeting 12.
Any other commissioners have any questions for the executive director? All right, seeing none, thank you, executive director. Sorry, Commissioner Schlatter.
I just want to say thank you for putting this in writing, and I appreciate the intention of making this a regular thing. I think it's a great improvement.
Sorry, Commissioner Schlatter. Thank you, commissioners, for the questions. We now move on to item number 1 on the agenda, a presentation on civic assemblies and possible action related to receiving a future report from a public assembly and committing to giving that report with recommendations of public hearing by the commission. I'll hand it over to the executive director to facilitate.
Thank you.
Actually, we're going to take, commissioners, if I could, without objection, have a recess for 10 minutes, please. Is there any objection? Yes. Okay. All right, everyone. We will reconvene at 5:55, please. Thank you. If you could just take to the hallway, please. Okay, I'm going to conduct roll call. Commissioner Andradas. Present. Commissioner Field.
Present.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Present.
Commissioner Lewis is absent. Commissioner Mack.
Present.
Chair Mesa is present. Second, Vice Chair Murray.
Present.
Vice Chair Sanchez is absent. Commissioner Schlatter.
Present.
Commissioner Stein.
Present.
Commissioner Thomas. Present. Commissioner Yap is absent. We have a quorum. All right, we are going to continue at item number 1. I'm going to hand it over to our executive director.
Thank you. I will read the item on a presentation by the Berggruen Institute of Public Assembly and possible action related to receiving a future report from a public assembly and committing to giving that report with recommendations a public hearing by the commission. Commissioners, we have definitely heard from community members and there's been outreach in the past about public assemblies and there's been interest, and the Berggruen Institute approached commissioners and staff a couple months ago to start a conversation about bringing a presentation to the commission to talk about public assemblies. So I'm going to let the Berggruen Institute come up to the lectern and give their presentation.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for having us. We are so excited to be presenting this before the commission. Thank you first of all for
all the hard work you guys do. What you do is so important, which is why I'm here. I see the opportunity that we all kind of hold together, and I want to be a part of this. My name is Daniel Kwan. I am a filmmaker. I'm a father. I'm a husband. You might know me from a culturally significant work with Little John's music video for Turn Down for What. If you have not seen it, don't look it up right now. It will change your opinion of me. I'm also one of the filmmakers who made Everything Everywhere All at Once, which we proudly shot here in Los Angeles. I've been in Angelino for about 16 years, and I love this city. This is my home. And I see so much potential in the city, and that's why I'm here. I'm here because I'm a storyteller, and as a storyteller, I think one of my jobs is to look at the world, listen to the world, and reflect stories back to the world. And the past few years, I've been listening, I've been reading, I've been talking to experts, I've been doing a lot of people watching, and the story that I keep seeing over and over again is a story that I think most of us can relate to, and it is that the world is changing. The world is changing faster than our systems and our institutions can keep up. And this is no one's fault, but this is the reality we're in. Our systems and institutions can no longer handle the world that we live in. And because of this, I believe we have a great opportunity to fix this here in LA with this commission. The problem is right now, I just found out about this a month ago. I feel pretty active. I'm really engaged with global politics. I only found out about the commission a month or two ago. And this is, again, no fault of anyone in this room. But I believe that right now, many people don't feel like they have access to the process. Many people aren't aware of the process. And on top of that, there are many topics and subjects that I personally know that I am very, very invested in, and know a lot of my fellow neighbors are invested in, that aren't even on the agenda. And so for me, this is very personal. I look at my city right now, and I look at a beautiful city, and I see a city that is hurting. We are hurting from fires, we are hurting from ICE, federal troops coming into our backyard against the will of the people. We are hurting because my industry, the biggest industry in Hollywood, the biggest industry in LA, is not doing so well right now. We are hurting because we are afraid of what's going to happen in the future too. Thinking about climate change, thinking about AI, thinking about the Olympics. None of these things right now are on the agenda for discussion, for understandable reasons. These are really hard things to talk about. And that's why I believe right now, because the world is watching LA. We have an incredible opportunity to make some bold moves and to take some really innovative new methods into our city and show the rest of the world what is possible. That is why Rewrite LA is here today. Rewrite LA is here to propose a process, a parallel process that will be complementary to your process. Something that allows your expertise to merge with the lived experience of everyday entrepreneurs. We are here not just as the Berggruen Institute, but also with HLA, with Public Democracy LA, with Healthy Democracy. These are all institutes and people who have dedicated their lives to this incredibly difficult question of how do we reform and update our democracy to actually be able to handle the world we live in. The nice thing is, they've got a head start. There's a lot of amazing work and a lot of amazing developments that are happening all around the world, and they are going to bring all that research here to LA. And so our proposal is 4 parts. Essentially, a complementary proposal. First, civic assemblies, in-person civic assemblies where everyday engineers get a seat at the table and actually get to directly engage with policy. We've already heard from many people here today. They're passionate about the civic assemblies. People are hungry to be a part of this process, and this is a proven method to get people connected to it. We will be then using our skills as storytellers and media makers. We will be documenting the whole process, showcasing it online so that people everywhere, no matter where you are, have access to the process. And hopefully access to the process will be educational, informational, and entertaining as well. It's not enough to just be transparent. We must be charismatically transparent and meet people where they're at. And right now, they're online on social media. Finally, we're going to be using innovative online deliberation platforms. These are platforms specifically designed to help cities find alignment, find consensus. We all know what it means what it feels like to be on an online platform that is polarizing us, designed to polarize. These were designed to do the opposite, and they found great success so far in places like Japan, Taiwan, and even in California. This is an incredible opportunity for us to show people new ways of democracy. Finally, what's really great about this is at the end of this process, we will be able to produce a document to you, a charter by the people, for the people, that will be on your desk, and again, allow us to collaborate, again, with your expertise and the Angelina's lived experience. We might actually be able to build a robust, comprehensive, and resilient charter that will then also build a robust, resilient city that might be capable of actually handling everything that's coming our way in the future. And along the way, the thing that I find most compelling about all this is not only will we have a charter built together, but we'll also be giving each other this beautiful reimagining of what it means to be a citizen, what it means to engage with our local government, and also hopefully, and this is something I hope for myself all the time, a reigniting of our faith in democracy itself. And so today, I'm going to be bringing up Don for the Berggruen Institute to give you further information and personal experience of the civic assembly process. But thank you so much for your time, and enjoy the rest of the presentation.
Oh, for all of us. Is it all the time here? Okay. Hi, I'm Dawn Moxell from the Berggruen Institute. We're here based in Los Angeles. We're founded here. One of the core areas of study, we're a research center, one of our core areas of study has always been renovating democracy. We started our work in 2010 after the financial crisis. Really woke us up to the fact that liberal democracy was failing to live up to its promise. And we were sort of thinking, well, how do we fix it? How do we fix democracy? And thinking that, processes that would look at the current structure and kind of tweak them would be enough. And we realized about 3 or 4 years in, watching what was happening in social media and how technology was becoming a tsunami, changing everything in our society and our politics, that was not going to be enough. And that what we actually needed was to truly innovate. I think everybody knows and everybody's noticed that democracy is in crisis. And that's not just here in a scandal-rocked Los Angeles. It's not just at the national level, it's actually around the world. Our institutions are really old. They're fragile, they're brittle, they're rigid. They don't adapt quickly enough. And that inability to change is making it impossible to manage the challenges or seize the opportunities that are available to us today. So how do we change it? How do we change it? The irony is, next year, it's the 250th anniversary of We the People, the Declaration of Independence, when we should be celebrating democracy. And I think a lot of people in this country are going to feel like there's not a whole lot of reason to celebrate. But I think this process would change that. And the reason is, what we need in the 21st century is, yes, more transparency. And I know this is what we're trying to do right here. I've been watching this process for the last hour, and I see that this is trying to be transparent. But we actually need something different. We need a charismatic transparency. We need a government that reaches out to people and says, we want your opinion, we want to understand what you care about. And in order to do that in a way that's really constructive dialogue, we have to do that by inviting them in and then deeply informing them. This process has been great, don't get me wrong, I've been really impressed with the people coming out here and with heartfelt concerns and a lot of passion wanting to do things that would change the process. And in many ways appealing in ways that I thought were much more constructive than I necessarily expected. So this is not what happens. But it's a one-way conversation. It's people coming up to the mic and talking in you. That's not actually a deliberative process. That's not the way engagement actually works. That's not public engagement. That's listening, sure, that's great, but how much of their messages actually land? How much of what they say in 30 seconds or 120 seconds actually change the outcomes of what you're doing? I think we need a constructive, deliberative process that is sortition-based, which means people are selected by lot, So you get a representative sample, you don't get a special interest, you don't get a person with a bone to pick, you get a representative sample of Los Angeles, and they come together, and they get deeply informed, and they deliberate, and they discuss. And what these processes do is not only develop much better policy, which they do all around the world, but they actually depolarize populations, and they depoliticize issues, and they enable policymakers to take on really politically toxic issues that they otherwise couldn't touch. Because why? Because it's grounded in the only thing that makes democracy legitimate, and that is the voice of the people. That is the will of the people, and that's the thing that still counts. Democracy is not a set of institutions, it's not a set of practices, and it's not a set of norms. It's a value, and it's a principle, and it's the rule of law, and it's the representation of, and it's the sort of will of the people, voice of the people. Electoral representative democracy is only one way to use it, and it's probably not the best way to use it. What we're talking about, deliberative democracy, is not new. It's actually the oldest form of democracy. Athens, way back when, that's what it was. It was a sortition-based deliberative process where people had to show up, represent their communities, and help work out problems, harness that collective intelligence, and figure out how working together they can resolve the issues that they all face. That's what it's about. So this isn't new, it's kind of oldest form. And what we can do now, the tools available to us through technology at scale, is monumental. This is the opportunity to reinvent democracy and bring the voice of the people back. Bring everything to a system that's not captured, which is totally the problem we have right now in our democracy. It is completely captured. So that's what we need. And if we do it right here in a city like Los Angeles, in a city with this much imagination, this much creativity, this diverse, then maybe, just maybe, next year, we'll have democracy to celebrate.
I'm a program director at Healthy Democracy. We're a nonpartisan nonprofit, and we have designed and coordinated most of the civic assemblies and similar processes in the United States in the last decade. We see our democracy right now as a problem of representation, first of all. We don't see ourselves in our political system. We depend almost entirely on self-selected volunteerism, which is great, which is open in theory, and that is an important thing for us to have in our democracy. A democracy where we are all policymakers, not all of us all the time, that's not possible. But all of us at some point in our lives can acknowledge that other people just like us are doing it when we're not. So that brings me to a new approach to democracy, not a silver bullet, one among many, called the civic assemblies. They go by many other names. They have three main aspects that make them very different. First is who is in the room, the democratic lottery. This process, and I can talk more about the details in Q&A, draws out random voices. It creates a unique microcosm of the public. In fact, it guarantees representation on any number of different demographic factors every single time. And it reduces barriers to participating fully. The second aspect that is equally different is what happens in the room. In-depth deliberation. It changes the nature of policymaking itself by prioritizing substantial time, broad information, personal support, and delegate power within the process itself, and a new political architecture that's created from the ground up to foster collaboration. And finally, how decisions are made, always by supermajority. This helps find common ground while respecting difference and enforcing consensus. This is a city in one room. And I'll briefly tell an anecdote. I worked on my first civic assembly 9 years ago. This was the height of the 2016 election. It was one of the most complex and divisive issues at the state level of Oregon at the time, corporate taxation. I came in skeptical, to be honest. Random people, you kidding me? And in this political climate, it's going to be a bloodbath. No, this is a different kind of politics that we're not used to. Delegates were thoughtful, respectful, insightful. They made conflict generative. They were eminently capable. People from all walks of life doing government, using government as a tool, not government as something that does things to us, at us, for us. All of us using it as a tool. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Alex Lee. I'm in Public Democracy LA. And just want to take a step back for how we envision to get to what Lynn was talking about. Because this is the goal, but a civic assembly is a big process. So here is our kind of funnel for engagement, is how we're referring to it. It's how we can get people engaged immediately as part of this process. This is a chance to reach an entirely new audience. People who have been completely disconnected from what's been going on in the charter reform process probably haven't come to any of the different meetings that you have so far and have been submitting public. And one of those questions like, how do you actually reach them? So we have a 4-pronged process. So the very top layer that you'll see is this storytelling and social media. And that's where, like Dan was just referring to, we're going to meet them where they're at. We can go to their neighborhoods, we can get them online. We're really going to reach out to where they are in their daily lives and invite them into the conversation, share information with them in an engaging way. Dan posted a video last night, already has 55,000 views, over hundreds of shares, right? So like we have this huge moment where we can really broaden the reach beyond just the advocates. The next piece is around the deliberative platform. So this is how we're going to make it engaging. People are going to be able to share their recommendations around specific topics, really be able to provide their thoughts without having to show up at a public comment. And then mini assemblies are going to take this even further. This is where we bring together a representative group of Angelinos who reflect LA's diversity, and they're going to deliberate on a very specific topic. And this topic should be one that the Commission knows is important, but might not be having so much chance to really delve into it. So this is an opportunity to get more ground input. And to really just create a culture of deliberation in LA, and this is what we're missing. And then together, these steps form a powerful foundation for a full civic assembly in 2026. And this full civic assembly, what it would do is offer feedback as the Commission finalizes your recommendations. It's a process where you can test some ideas, see how a representative group of Angelinos respond, and really just clarify anything that might need to be clarified before it goes to the council. So, just quickly, you might be asking, what is a mini assembly? We separate out mini assemblies and civic assembly. Mini assemblies are just designed to reflect all the best parts of the charter of the civic assembly, but we can actually start it in the fall. We have the funding, we're ready to go. And what it does is it brings together every Angelinos into the heart of the charter reform process. There'll be around 40 residents and randomly selected to reflect the city's diversity and on these very specific charter topics. They can tackle some of the very complex challenges that exist. They use collaborative problem solving to find solutions that benefit the public and broad, not just individual interests. And they feed directly into your deliberations, so you have more information about what the public is thinking. Participants will be doing all the work. They're going to learn together, discuss, deliberate, and come up with the strongest recommendations that they see fit. And just quickly, the idea is just that they are going to bring in new voices, diverse thinking, and genuine collaboration. So,
for the next slide, we're about to cover everything. Ultimately, this moment is about collaboration, not competition. After being here today, I recognize thank each and every one of you for being here and doing what you're doing. This is extremely important. We want to help you, we want to work with you. Initially, we proposed amendments, and LOU, we thought we were going to be voting on that. We understand that's not the move right now, but what we'd like to propose today is, one, after hearing what we went over, and today, a lot of people, we appreciate if you to express your support for what we're proposing. And then following that, direct staff to work with us to draft the letter of commitment to bring forward a refined plan for consideration. Ultimately, we want to get into the mud with you guys and figure out what works best for LA. And we hope we can support and work together. Thank you.
comments, questions, or reactions from commissioners if they want to weigh in on support before we go to a formal motion?
Can I just close really quickly? Just say, again, really appreciate the presentations from everyone here. And thank you for also bringing people for public comment and everything. Again, a lot of this discussion, at least on the staff level, I think has been really productive so far. And talking about what could be, I think to the point made a couple times, something complementary to this process of what this commission is doing, and to the speak to the item, something that this commission could, when it comes to fruition, have a public hearing down the line and hear what the fruits of those public assemblies happen. So I think it's a really interesting proposal. I had never really heard of public civic assemblies before these interactions. I know they've been around for a while and really can be interesting. So looking forward to the commission's discussion and questions.
We'll start with Commissioner Schlatter, then go around the dais, Commissioner Schlatter, and then commissioners, it's volunteer. You don't have anything to say. Just pass.
No comment, thank you.
Commissioner Thomas.
Well, clearly, I think it's great. What is broken in this city is the fact that the people of this city are not involved in the solutions of this city.
I'm going to set some members of the audience just to maybe each commissioner that gets built in some time. So Commissioner Thomas.
And I think we have to admit, first of all, when you were up there talking, I almost yelled out amen. Because you took us to church. I think even though we have very critical problems and very serious problems, they're only serious because we won't work together. And the reason that we won't work together is because we don't have time to listen to the stories. Storytelling is extremely important in terms of making sure that you are lifting up the voices that no one listens to. Dietrich Bell, father of critical race theory, that's what he was all about, storytelling. And so I think that this is an opportunity for us to really envision and imagine what Los Angeles could be like. My basic question, though, is what then will City Council do? I believe that if we present a vision of the kind of LA that we want, that everybody is participating in, I think we can have an LA that if City Council members don't want to get on board, then they can hop off board. And so I thank you all. I thank you all for your work. I thank you for your work. And however I can support it, I don't need to vote for me. However I can support it, I'm willing to do so. Thank you.
I agree. Without going to the merits of the presentation, this commission is so overwhelmed to bring something new at this time for consideration with the limited staff that we have. It just doesn't make sense. It's something that might be part of a broader discussion at some time in front of another charter reform commission, but it's not something that I think we have the ability to take up. Thank you.
Mr. Marie.
It sounds like a great idea. I kind of agree with Commissioner Stein. If we could introduce these activities without impacting the fiscal budget or the time limitations of our staff on all board.
Thank you, Commissioners. I think you make really valid points. And to the point where this is running parallel, they aren't asking for budgetary funds. They aren't asking for dedicated staff. We will definitely work with them and help make sure that they that their process is going and advise them on some things. But in our early discussions, they know we had, and this was even before we came up with committees. They know we had a full plate as it is. So I think it's a feature, not a bug of this process, that it's going to be quite independent in 90 to 95% of what they do. Their big asks here are that at some point in the future, and of course correct me if I'm wrong, that this commission will hear the outcomes and give a public hearing of the outcomes and discussion of the outcomes from the public assembly as in relation to the charter.
I agree with everything that Commissioner Thomas said. In addition to that, one of the really compelling pieces of the story that you shared is the genuine hope that people have in this country for revitalizing democracy. And a lot of people have talked to me about what the charter can do to kind of address some of the more macro things that are happening in the United States. And to an extent, there are many things that we can't address, but having an avenue to really explore how we can create participatory democracy. I mean, like you said, this has been done for centuries. Sweden had a form of participatory democracy, people going to the ballot box on many major issues. That's not what this is, but what it is an experiment to help make sure that we are able to maintain the democratic values that haven't been under attack that they have since World War II. So I wanted to say I am in favor of, with the understanding of what the executive director just said, providing an avenue for your recommendations to come back to hear at this commission. And so just want to also say, I know, because I've talked to some of you on the side, how much work you have already put in, that it is very much appreciated. Thank you. Commissioner Field.
I'm going to start with a rhetorical question. I don't expect an answer. I want to know, where were you folks 5 months ago when we were told there was an engagement team hired, and I wish we had heard from you then. It is very impressive what you're proposing. I have to be very honest. Unless it's zero staff time, I don't see how, given what remains of our time, that this can be implemented for this particular charter commission. I would have to be very sure that our very hardworking and very, very limited staff is not going to be pulled away from the work needed to be done for what we have already set up with committees and town halls and all that. Again, it's a rhetorical question, but I really, really wish that we had had an option of this group or this organization, because it sounds like your engagement plan is extremely robust and very well presented. Thank you.
I think we get the benefit from having both. I think it's exciting, and because it's going to be parallel and separate, it's going to be very organic, which is something that, no one would have been able to offer but this unique process, which is very exciting. So again, it's what I mentioned before, and just trying to find every different level of engagement, and this is a really cool different lever to pull. And I definitely appreciate what you said about staff time. I'm definitely cognizant of that, and I will. I think it's going to work. And I definitely know where the brake pedal is if I need to stop it. I don't foresee that, at least at this time. I think part of what makes it special is that you won't need staff a whole lot because it's a very different process.
Commissioner Flores. I have a few questions, and one of you don't mind stepping up to the microphone. First one, my question is, are you planning on working with council or lawyers or attorneys that you have on staff when you're developing these propositions? Because my fear is, getting the public really interested, and then we get a document that has a list of propositions that are non-viable, non-starter, because they violate either existing city law, they can't be in a charter, they violate state or federal law. So can you speak to that process a little bit?
Yes, happy to. Michael, and then also Sam. But just to begin, and just to address. Hello. Just a little better. Just to address the bandwidth, we are not looking to stretch the thing at all. In 1999 there was 2 charters, and in 1925 we don't want adversarial. We want to support and be here to the extent that we could advise and collaborate and show everyone in LA that we're working together to bring the people a charter they can be proud of. That's first and foremost what we care about. And just to speak more specifically on your next question, I'm going to have our healthy democracy.
Yeah, thanks for that. And the sort of feasibility analysis or policy analysis that would go into a full-scale assembly, certainly part of a bigger process in 2026. In many assemblies, there probably isn't as much time for that, so there's a lighter touch on some issues that you're not able to, that you're interested in, but not able to work on very much. But yes, that's a standard part of a sort of process.
Okay, I have one more question. I heard earlier that there was a post made yesterday and there were views on that post. How many views were there?
As of 3 hours ago, it was 55,000, several hundred shares, reposts, thousands of likes. Thankfully, it's 58,000. Jamie Lee Curtis and her several million followers are able to see Dan, and thanks for casting her in your film. So yeah, a lot of reach and a lot of people.
Could you describe the post a little for the commissioners who haven't seen it?
I wish we could have put it up, but essentially it was just Dan walking down an alley saying, there's this thing going on, the LA Charter, I haven't heard about it, but it's the first time in nearly 30 years, and the essence of it was this is a really exciting opportunity to bring in these democratic innovations and inventions and support the current Charter Commission. Here's what we're proposing. We understand that the current commission is limited time, resources, so how can we come together as LA, working with the city, working with the commission to create something bigger, and the name is still out to be right LA.
I'm here because the first and I'll just I'm here. I'm here because I saw it.
The rest of you were, I assume that our Instagram itself is going to get 55,000 views. Can you show us? Yeah, so I think we talked a lot about getting public support and getting people to do what we're doing, and if this is no money and no staff time, this seems like a really no money less, not that much staff time. It seems like a really good way to get, viewership that I don't think we would ever get, even if we had a crazy consultant that we paid even more money than we're paying. So yeah, those were a few cents. Thanks so much for answering this question.
Just to keep it short, I fully support the work that you're doing, and I really appreciate you all taking the time to come here today. I also echo the remarks from our executive director about running parallel to this commission, and also realizing the pain points that this commission does have, and where you all can fill in those gaps. So thank you. Yeah, I think just thank you so much for making it out today and giving a presentation. I've heard the term public assembly and civic assembly a couple of times, but like in little snippets, so getting this full presentation has been really helpful, and I think I'm just excited that you're all here today, and also excited that you guys are all excited. And I think we need more of that energy as we continue on this journey. So just at this point, just really wanted to say thank you for just raising our commission.
Even if you don't present recommendations that we could use in the charter, your work is valuable. And it's kind of funny because we should be asking y'all to come as opposed to the other way around. I'm just very, very excited and curious to know, what do all of the people of Los Angeles think we should be? That's, if we just come away with just an inkling of a suggestion of that, I think it's worth it. And the fact that you don't want any money, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you.
I'm going to ask the Executive Director and City Attorney to give us advisement on the proper motion.
Sure. We have the item before us. I think it'd be great if there's a motion and a second to approve the item. And then I will say to, there was a second ask about working with staff. As Executive Director, I will commit to that, to work with them. Again, I'm very mindful of the time that staff already has. And our heavy schedule, but I think I'll reach out to them knowing what their ask will be. I'm excited about going to some of their public assemblies, and there'll be opportunities for commissioners to go as well. I think it would be just a net gain for our process on what we're doing. And I'm happy to, if it includes a little extra work on after hours, I'm more than happy to participate.
City Attorney.
So I don't really have any recommendation on the specificity to friends of meeting as much as you want out of this. So in terms of if there are things you would like the executive director to focus on, that may be helpful to include the recommendation, including, because I believe the organization mentioned a letter of agreement or engagement of some kind of exploration on how to execute that, because that may have to run through a different department, perhaps not a feasibility study, but essentially an assessment or report back to this body how much staff time needed. Those are all things that was mentioned here. I'm not trying to put words in anyone's mouth. So I would say be careful how you have to request to the executive director so this body gets exactly what they want. But particularly focus on that, whatever the letter of engagement or letter of agreement as well. Because this body has different authority than, for example, the redistricting commission, which had direct contact.
Okay, I have, do you have a potential draft?
I have a potential draft, and I would do a friendly amendment. It is not coherent, but I would like to motion to express support for a potential partnership with the Berggruen Institute on public assembly. And I would like to direct staff to develop a draft letter of agreement that brings forward a refined directive for partnership that will go on at a later time when it's finalized. And this should also include details explaining staff time, budget, and then overall feasibility. And in the event that the staff determines it is not feasible, they do not need to bring this letter and can instead update that in a report.
Can I just suggest an amendment? Sorry. Instead of saying Berggruen Institute, could you say rewrite LA? And the reason it's a coalition.
Yes, that's fine. Yeah, let's change it to rewrite LA.
Thank you.
Anything from city attorney or other commissioners? Not that my motion is here.
That's not very fair. I believe it covers all bases, but obviously it's up to you if you want to have this.
I won't give a motion for the discussion of the motion, I'll second it. Commissioner Schlatter and then Commissioner Field.
I just wanted to specify that the resulting intent was to bring at something for the director to identify and work with the group to create a public forum for us to hear their recommendations.
I accept that.
right, Commissioner Field.
Yeah, a couple questions. Actually, Commissioner Thomas mentioned this issue earlier about the Brown Act, and some of us were a little worried or unhappy that we couldn't attend the town hall. What about this process that is, quote, parallel? What if commissioners want to attend these civic assembly meetings?
It would be, and I'll let City Attorney obviously answer if I'm incorrect, it'd be like any other public event where, council members, for example, attend open public events and have a certain level of participation that they're allowed. Go for it, that's it.
So the only thing I'll say at this time is, I'll say what I've said before, which is all of the analysis on the Brown Act is going to be incredibly fact specific. So without knowing exactly what this mini assembly or the final public assembly would look like, I can't say for certain whether or not this entire body would participate. The Brown Act would potentially apply if we're working in partnership with this organization, but we will continue to work with the executive director and this commission to try and make sure that as many people can participate, or similar right on town hall's work, if necessary, some type of rotating basis. But I can't commit to say that this will lie and participate without more information. Sorry.
And I don't know who would answer this, but I want to be very sure that, and I don't know if it's in the motion because it's long, but that there's some really minimal staff time required from our staff, and also that it's understood in whatever eventual agreement might be written, that there's no obligation for this commission to utilize the material brought any more than we would utilize material from anybody who comes to speak to us or present to us.
I think the point is at least, is at minimum, a public hearing and discussion. Like anyone else brings to the, when they do presentations, they get a public hearing and discussion. And what this commission does with that, is always, as always, up to the commissioners.
Thank you.
I have a few comments and then an amendment. I want to say to the question of our participation in the civic assemblies is, I want to learn from our experience with the teletown halls and say up front that if there is Brown Act complications, that we decide the attendance in this space in the public commission meeting to make it fair and equitable so that every commissioner knows how they can attend. So I wanted to let commissioners know that if we have Brown Act complications, we will do this here. Hearing from multiple commissioners that there is concerns about staff time, I would ask if Commissioner Morales would just accept an amendment that is the intent of this commission, that this be done with limited staff time. Accepted. Are there any other commissioners who wish to provide a discussion on this item?
I would be interested in finding out, do you have partnerships with other organizations? Do you have something that's already prepared? Because I know you mentioned an MOU. And so I think that would probably be helpful because, I hear, the concern in terms of staff's time, but it's cry me a river because all of us work very hard and we're very busy and he's getting paid and we're not. And so I can appreciate the fact that we don't want to overburden him, but the bottom line is that it sounds like you all are doing exactly what we envisioned this would be about in terms of reaching people. And so if there is something like that, would you be open to taking a look at it and maybe it would only take you 5 minutes to do this engagement letter as opposed to.
Like I said, at this time, I'm not worried about the level of staff time that it looks like that they will need. I'm excited about the work as well. I think I share a lot of enthusiasm that several commissioners have expressed here today about this process. So yeah, it's to what you're saying. I think I think we're in a good place. I think we'll be in a good place, and we'll be able to get a good letter. And I'll look at the full language of this friendly amendment and the final, and I'll make sure that it's on.
Commissioner Thomas, just to answer your question. So we had to put this together quick. We had to put this together quick. They mentioned the Berggruen Institute, but Healthy Democracy, LAPD, we have another, not LAPD, LA Public Democracy, we have another organization. We brought in some experts and passionate people to volunteer their time to just propose a vision for what could be. But what it's going to take is coalitions and organizations, individuals from around LA to help spark and gravitate. This is going to be all hands on deck. We've already been, just these last 2 days, just a video, organizations around LA reaching out, LA Ford, a handful of other ones. So we're really excited and grateful that we can approach this with abundance and transparency. And the right organizations and individuals are going to be a part of this. So I hope that answers your questions.
Absolutely. I'm going to ask Commissioner Andradas to restate the motion so that we can take a vote.
Yeah, so the motion was to express support for a partnership and to direct staff to develop a letter of agreement to bring forward, or that brings forward the refined partnership agreement that we will vote on at a later date once finalized. This letter should explain staff time, budgetary needs, and whether or not there's feasibility. If staff determines it is not feasible, then they would need to explain that, and their update of the letter would not be necessary. And it was amended to say that we intend to limit staff time, that we understand that it is only a public hearing that we're not, we don't have to follow, and then amended to have the correct coalition name stated. That is not the word for word of the original amendment, so I asked staff to review the report.
My only question is, I really, as the commission feels comfortable, I'd also, just because of timing, I think if we could, if the commission at minimum could, here in the moment, speak in the moment of like being able to commit to something today. The way it's phrased is we're punting to this to a later meeting. I'm afraid.
So other than offering support this time, I don't know if the agenda allows for any sort of other commitment, and I believe also the organization is asking for some type of letter of agreement as well. And I recommend that this body have access to that, which will also be reviewed by the city attorney's office, so that everybody here knows, and so that the organization, the public knows what that partnership will look like.
Let me offer an amendment, which would be, in a reasonable way, this looks like, at the top of the motion, it would start out by reading that we express initial support for the proposed civic assembly process and the rest of your amendment. So that it's clear we express initial support and we're directing the staff to do what's in your amendment.
That's honest.
I think that's good.
Yes.
Commissioner Field.
Yeah, just clarification on this situation we're talking about. I read the request from the organization that we would initial interest, but that we would get a look at that letter of agreement before it's sent. But I think if I understood you correctly, Executive Director, you were saying, well, that means we won't do it till whenever the next full commission meets.
Yeah, absolutely, but that's why I think our chair added expressing initial, what's the word? Agreement or support. I think helps us get, that first step at least. And then we'll bring back, I think if we have that as part of the motion, and then can bring back the agreement.
I guess my concern is that when we get that letter of agreement, or whatever you're calling it, and if at that point we have concerns that it isn't viable, do we get a chance to vote again or not?
I think so.
I think the way this is written, we would, and I would not have introduced this if we did not have the ability to
Say final vote and make a final vote.
And I think that the amendment gives them some flexibility, but I believe that the commission should have.
But I think we have to honor.
And city attorney, is that correct?
And that's the way, having listened to this entire conversation, I think that's the way that I interpreted it as well. Yeah, sorry. Is there a question for me?
I just think because they're already working, I think they need something today to honor the work that they've already done so that they know that they're able to move forward. And then we can work out the details later.
That's why expressing the initial support, I think at the front of that, meets what you're saying. That's why I wanted that in there as well.
Can we call for the vote?
This also helps the commission make the decision. The other reason why it needs to wait just a little bit is so that we can figure out the best mechanism and how to enter into it.
Thank you, Commissioners, for the discussion. We are ready for a vote on the motion as amended. I will do a roll call vote. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Field.
Yes, as amended. Yes, as amended, thank you.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis is absent. Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Chair Mesa, yes. Second, Vice Chair Murray.
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez is absent. Commissioner Schlatter. Yes. Commissioner Stein.
For the reasons I stated previously, no.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Gaff is absent. Motion passes. Thank you, Commissioners. On the agenda presentation by city departments, and I want to thank the city departments in advance for staying with us this evening. First up, we have personnel department. I'll hand it over to the executive director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and folks. I'll give everyone a second to exit as our
Pleasure to meet you too. Absolutely.
Thank you so much. And folks, if you're with that, please take your conversations outside of the room. I would like to reintroduce our general manager of the personnel department, Leica Phillips, to give an additional presentation and answer some questions.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
It's closely to the mic, but I can. My name is Leica Phillips. I'm the general manager of the city's personnel department. I'm glad to be before this body again. Thank you for hearing me for a second time and this opportunity to come back. I'm pleased to talk to you about personnel reforms and proposals, but I will start with the fact that I do not have recommendations for you today. I will talk to you a little bit later about why. I'm going to cover a couple of topics, and I'm going to do a quick recap, but there are some things that I do want to talk to you about. So just as a quick recap from last time, I talked about Article 10, the primary areas where the civil service provisions are in the charter are in Article 10, and some are in other areas of the charter. In order to essentially make the hiring process more efficient, that is where we have found problems. There are issues, I think, based on the feedback that I've gotten from those across the city, various stakeholders, with the processes of hiring, and essentially some of the aspects of the civil service system. So slow hiring, limited access to talent pools, inflexibility, and some outdated terms. And so what we're looking for is a charter that has a focus on values. I don't know if this is. Okay, yeah. So go to the next one. Yeah, focus on values. We talked about some of the values about being reliable, merit-based, competitive, fair, flexible, efficient, user-friendly, and effective in hiring some of the people that we need to perform the duties for our constituents. I'll move forward to get through it with things I know it's late. I know other people need to present. In response, Commissioner Thomas, you asked me some questions at the last hearing about the population of Black employees in the city of Los Angeles. I wanted to talk about it. I received another question about how many employees are actually in exempt positions. We don't have a way of calculating.
I'm sorry, Ms. Phillips, if the staff could close the door, there just seems to be a lot of noise, and I'm not sure if it's coming from outside or in the hallway. I just want to make sure all the commissioners are able, you deserve the respect of your presentation waiting until 7 p.m. So.
No problem.
Okay, much better. Thank you.
Speaking so close to the call. Okay, just to give a little bit of a demographic breakdown, there's no real way for us to identify exactly how many exempt employees of the various demographics exist. We don't track that data because what it would require is for us to identify everyone individually and track them, and we just don't have. Like you, I have a small but mighty team that has limited resources, so we aren't able to do that. But what I am able to present is sort of a citywide demographic breakdown, and what we've identified is the elected offices, all of whom have exempt employees, which is the mayor's office and the council, and the city attorney's office. Which has a breakdown of 16% white, 16% black, 35.5% Hispanic, 8% Asian, 0.5% American Indian, 2.8% Filipino, and 20% other. That's for the elected. So that's a breakdown of sort of a subsect of exempt employees. Remember, those are employees who do not go through the civil service hiring process. So they are more like directly hired, similar to those in the private sector. Non-elected is a little bit different because it's information. For non-elected, so civil service positions, or civil service departments primarily. The breakdown is 24% white, 14% black, 39% Hispanic, about 11% Asian, 0.4% American Indian, 4.2% Filipino, and about 6% other. That's just a big picture. I also have a little bit of demographic information that you'll find in the report about different types of job classes in which Black people are employed. And the ultimate summary on that is that the city of Los Angeles is 8% demographically Black, and the population within the city of Black employees is 14%. So there may be other questions related to that, and I wanted to ensure that I responded to the inquiries that I would. So, related to other municipalities, one of the things that I wanted to talk about is as we go through this process, and as we consider this process, one of the things that we're doing is looking at what other jurisdictions are doing. The personnel rules are different than some of the other rules that you're considering. We have different processes that we have to go through. And you heard from some of our labor partners earlier today about some of those processes, and ultimately that's why I'm not bringing recommendations to you just yet. So, going back through the municipalities, we sat down with 5 different jurisdictions, and we researched additional jurisdictions on top of that. I want to give you some of the highlights of those, some of that feedback. So the County of Los Angeles, LAUSD, San Diego, City of San Diego, City and County of San Francisco, and the City of Long Beach are groups that we sat down with to gather information about how they structured their civil service with respect to their charter, and even in conjunction with their civil service commission. So each of those entities is a civil service organization like ours is, and each of them has a civil service commission like our city does. They have varying complexity. They're all smaller than the city of Los Angeles, but they're structured to a certain degree somewhat similar, and they all use NeoGov online platforms, sort of like we do. They have civil service rules that they implement that are merit-based. Specifically, LA County has their charter lists what should be in the civil service rules without much detail. And
my cards that had quite a bit of detail within our charter. The City and County of San Francisco itemizes items that should be included in the civil service rules, which is a separate document. Within these various jurisdictions, this LA County, Long Beach, San Diego, San Francisco, and Seattle all have their rules set by, their civil service rules set by commission. The city of New York does as a commissioner, so I think that's a commission, and LAOSD uses the state education code. Interestingly, these jurisdictions have things in their charters that we don't have, like recruitment rules and rules related to retention and development. That's something that is different. So I wanted to give you sort of a little bit of a framework. In Seattle, they talk about merit principles on the basis of relative ability, consideration of qualified applicants who are initial appointments, opportunities for underrepresented groups. It's something that Seattle does, and that's something we have in our charter. LA County talks about fair treatment. They also have a veterans preference. We do have a military credit that we offer within ours. Long Beach includes provisions for local residency, internal candidates, but they're focused on the basis of skills. San Francisco talks about merit and fitness, and San Diego talks about veterans and a preference for promotion. That's with respect to recruitment and bringing folks on. There's also principles related to retention and development. San Francisco asks the director of HR, train, develop, and promote career development to maintain an effective and responsive workforce. That type of thing we do not have. So, moving forward. I want to talk about the process that we're going through, because when I came here last time, I told you that I would be bringing to you recommendations. And in the last 3.5 weeks, I've spent quite a bit of time reviewing the civil service rules, reviewing the charter, working with my team, working with a number of people to bring recommendations to this body. It is important to me that when I bring recommendations to you, I have vetted those recommendations, I told you that last time, with the stakeholders who are involved. That involves general managers, that is elected officials, and that's labor, and it's even, we had the Black Workers Center here today. There's other organizations that are impacted by how we structure our rules. So as we walk through the process I talked to you about, doing the research, some of the research I talked to you about earlier, by the time I got to you last time, I had done stakeholder outreach, sort of an initial round, because I was asking about what problems are you facing, what are the issues, what are the types of things you'd like to see changed. Then I started, that was where I was when I came last time. After that, we really started digging into the charter language itself, each of the sections, each of the 25 sections of Article 10, looking at other areas of the charter that affect personnel, identifying how to connect those problems with the root causes and figuring out, are those problems that are in the charter, or are they problems that are in the rules? Are they in our interpretation of the rules? Are they in the admin code? Are they just lore that we've committed ourselves to and we don't necessarily know where some of those provisions that we're being open to come from? I figured out some of those pieces and I identified some sections for change. We started to brainstorm solutions, but if you see where we are in this chart, we're brainstorming solutions, but we're vetting those solutions. And that, my friends, is a bit of an iterative process. It is not a process where we say, here are the solutions, I vetted them, everything I brought to you is exactly as it should be, and I'm going to bring it in front of this commission. So right now, we're in the process of doing, like I said, general managers with labor, as you heard earlier. We also have obligations to talk to labor. This structure here is different for personnel provisions because we have potential legal obligations to engage with labor in a certain way, that the way that this is structured, it doesn't necessarily lend itself to an even, straightforward path. And I don't want to be, I don't want to ignore that. I don't want to ignore the concerns of my partners in labor. I also want to look at sort of how each of the changes that we're proposing iteratively affect so many different groups. We have 60 different MOUs in this city. Every word that gets changed affects the people within those 60 different MOUs. Every word that gets changed affects the 29 unions that we are with. We have over 40 departments in the city with general managers that have their own issues and concerns, and we have over 1,000 classifications of different groups that are impacted by this. So I say all that to say, I'm not ignoring you. I do not come before you proud that I have not been able to bring you recommendations, but I am firm in my belief that the process that I'm undergoing is thorough, is appropriate, and will ultimately be better for this commission, but it doesn't mean we would probably want to do it. So I do promise to bring you proposed changes, and I do, in connection with that, promise to bring you information about the expected impacts of those changes, because I do not take this lightly. And I thank you for your patience with this process, up and down, whether it's personnel or the other things. So with that, I will conclude and I will take some questions.
Commissioner Field Thomas Stein.
Thank you so much for coming back. We see you again, and it's always very informative. I want to jump to, I think, what's going to be the most difficult part of the issue around personnel. We heard someone from the Coalition of Unions earlier this evening, and the mandatory subjects of bargaining issue. And I think if I heard correctly, she was saying we need to meet and confer at this stage, which it sounds like you're doing. And you don't have to give us details. I mean, you clearly know to engage labor and are fully aware of the impact of all these MOUs. I think I might be asking a rhetorical question, unless you want to answer it. Are you going to be able to find common ground with all those unions and the needs of many other stakeholders who express deep desire for change around the hiring system?
It's a great question. I answered it. I hope so. I mean, that's just that's being optimistic. I mean, here's the thing. What we have to do, all of these areas of city, we got to ensure that the labor groups are consulting with their attorneys, we consult with our attorneys about how the obligations balance against each other, what has the council mandated in creating this, how do we navigate through this being, a commission that's, appointed and not elected. There's myriad legal issues, I think, that are intertwined with bringing these kinds of proposals. What you've seen in your staff report is an amalgamation of proposals that were brought to the city council in January of 2024. So those are not the proposals that, it's not to say that I will or won't make proposals together, but you have proposals that have been made, so to a certain degree the process is already started. I don't want to move it forward until we have a really clear sense of what the requirements are. And I don't want to put you or myself or anybody else in a position of sort of stepping outside of what's expected, of the process. But I'm hopeful.
Yeah, thank you. One more quickly. Your Journey to Change slide talked about a lengthy and very thorough process and to bring recommendations. Have you set a date? Because our committee on personnel, our chair has informed me that she hopes to meet sooner than what is currently scheduled, which is December 3rd. I'm just wondering, when do you feel like you might be ready?
So that's something I'll certainly work with the executive director on. It's not, I don't need till December 3rd. I can certainly come back sooner, exactly how soon. And also, I'm not a perfectionist. In the sense that if it's not perfect, I'm not going to bring it back. There will be some things that I do need. There are certain steps that I feel like we will need to go in order to vet things enough to say that they're not perfect. Obviously, we do have some time you all have time to deliberate, you all have time to discuss over a period of time, and then we'll get to where we get.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Thomas Stein and myself, Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you. Age before theory, I understand. First, I want to join what Commissioner Fields said, and I believe Commissioner Chairman Nessa said, Thank you for coming back. You had a very long presentation when we were out at the harbor, even though I watched it on my computer and coming back tonight. My question is, you're so substantive, but it would be helpful to me, couldn't we get this report prior to the time of the meeting tonight so that we would be prepared to ask questions based on the written material as well as the oral material that you're supplying?
And right before you need the slides, the PowerPoint slides?
Yeah.
I would like to get it to you sooner. I would do my absolute best to get it to you when the executive director asks me to get it to you, because he certainly has to get it to a lot sooner. So again, I have a small client team here at the city trying to navigate their employment shifts, and budget cuts, but it's, I hear you, and I understand that. I would like to be able to ask questions.
Thank you.
And thank you for addressing the question that I asked. I really appreciate that. And given, the data that you have presented, I want to ask a question about testing. There's always a disconnect between testing, testing is a barrier. It's a barrier. And it's a barrier it's more of a barrier to some that practice it than others. And so the two components, is the testing culturally relevant? That's the first thing. And if so, how do we know? Is the testing relevant to the specific position? But then also, does the testing reveal whether someone knows how to deliver trauma-informed services? And the reason that I say that is that trauma is rampant in the city of Los Angeles. It is just rampant. And race-specific trauma and ethnic-specific trauma is increasing exponentially. And so, does the city, in terms of who would get these jobs, how is that factored in? Because I know that, a lot of job announcements will say, well, when Black people see that, that means I'm not gonna get that job. That's not for me. And many don't even apply. And so I'm just wondering, when it comes to the testing, because I think that's a major hurdle for a lot of people, are we sure, or how can we be sure, that the questions are culturally competent, that they determine whether or not the people applying understand the concept of being trauma-informed or trauma-informed services, whether it's anti-bias, and that may be a part of the training process. But I think there's a way that even in the testing, some of that can be picked up. And so I'm just wondering, does that currently exist?
So I can do a couple things, and not to put anybody on the spot, but my chief of our examinations is here. And I'll just preface, because I know you want to give this answer because it's a very thorough person who will be very helpful, but broadly, I don't know, maybe you can speak to it. I don't know if trauma-informed is a specific skill set that we do a lot to determine whether or not the examinations or develop examinations that are very specific and relevant to the job. And the class that is being tested for, there's a lot of work that goes into it, and I'd love to introduce you there, who can talk to you a little bit about what that process is.
Mike. Hello, Commissioners. Steve Rivera with the Personnel Department. Based on your question about testing, I'll try not to bore you with the process. It is a very vigorous process. We do job analyses on all of our classifications. Before you even see a position that opens up, we've met with job experts, whether it's job observations, looking at the competencies and the tasks that are most critical to perform the job. Once we've identified that, then we develop a selection process to assess those competencies. When we meet with the job experts, what we're looking at is representation of the class as well. Not just the various departments, but also looking at gender and ethnicity to ensure that we have a diverse group of job experts to identify those competencies and those tasks. We mentioned once that's done, we develop a selection process, which could be a multiple choice test, could be an interview, could be a performance test. Those questions are developed with the job experts' input. And like I said, we search for a diverse group of job experts to develop those multiple choice tests, interviews, and so forth. Also, when it comes to performance of those, or on those tests, we move to 100% online. What we feel that's done, and we've gotten feedback on it, is we put the individuals at right? You can take the test out of the comfort of your home and remove some of those concerns that people would have with daycare, childcare issues, parking, and so forth. And so when those tests are administered, and I'll speak specifically about multiple choice tests, we do get staff times, and we can break it down by gender and ethnicity. And when we look at cut scores and setting those, we do take gender and ethnicity into account. So if we do see adverse impact for females or males or Hispanics or blacks or whatever they may be, we'll determine what the cut score is to ensure that it's fair and proper while still delivering very competitive and qualified candidates to the departments. Our responsibility is to develop an eligible list or create an eligible list of qualified candidates. And then from there, the departments will then do a selection and actually hire those individuals on that list.
Thank you. Has there ever been and the reason that, these high-stake testing, that's what I'm getting at, high-stake testing in the job market excludes. And I know that, for example, SAT, ACT, a lot of universities, especially during the COVID era, they waived those tests, they made them optional. And my question is, has there ever been a time that it's been piloted that maybe these high-stake tests could be waived and you see kind of how the candidates were fair compared to the people who did take the high-stake tests? Because what I think they found with universities, is that they're really, they were pressuring people to take these high-stake tests, but it wasn't necessarily connected with how good the student would be. And a lot of people, years ago, which is trying to the Supreme Court, just the only thing that SAT and the ACT proves is the car that's in your driveway. And so I think a city as diverse as Los Angeles, I think there needs to be, just take a look at whether or not that's the best approach or the most effective approach. Just, that's it. Not saying throw it out, but I think there needs to be something that is compared to that, because there's not a lot of spaces where you have to take a test in order to be. Now, engineering, also like technical fields, maybe. So that's why I was, kind of asking the question whether or not you all have even thought about the possibility of maybe what you do.
Yeah, so to answer your question, we have done pilots where we moved the multiple choice list that typically has the most adverse impact in testing. And with the SATs and ACTs and some of those entrance exams, they're really assessing, in a lot of cases, general intelligence. Where we use the multiple choice list primarily is to assess more of the technical, engineering, and so forth. So we do get feedback from the departments as well. A multiple choice list or any test mark to see what the quality of the candidates are. Our administrations of the exams may differ from one year to the other based on that feedback. Currently, we've done a more focused approach to removing, I think you mentioned them as barriers, but removing what we consider artificial barriers to get on the eligible. So if we identify the multiple choice as really not necessary, we agree with that. And I would say we can provide a few over the last couple of years as we move forward, both to remove some of these barriers, but also increase the efficiency of test. One of our ultimate goals is not just to test and get those qualified candidates on the list, but get it that way.
And preparation for those, are there training modules, training sessions? Is there a place that you can go and get a tutorial? I mean, is that available to people who want to take the test? Or is there a recommended training module? I'm studying.
Sure. When it comes to multiple choice tests or interviews or whatever it may be, the bulletin will have not just here competencies that you can assess, but a full grasp of the levels that city math is required. It'll tell you the level of math that you can expect on that test, arithmetic, geometry, calculus, whatever it may be. We don't provide the exact training or study guide or manual, but we will tell you what's going to be on the exam, what to expect. We are working internally to provide example and questions. We are working on trying to provide practice tests for individuals. That is I just don't have PTA because that's more like I mentioned, our staffing is significantly reduced, but we are working on that as well. So trying to be transparent as possible is our ultimate goal as well.
Thank you.
Myself and Commissioner Schlatter in the queue. Any other commissioner going in the queue at this point? All right. I would like to say again, Malika, and to your entire team, thank you so much for the thoughtfulness and quality of the presentations. During public comment earlier, there was someone who mentioned, the crisis of the African American community and finding jobs. And that is real in the city of Los Angeles. And I think it was at the last commission meeting, I talked about why the quality of these jobs are so important, why the fact that they're middle class jobs, some of the few remaining in the city, and why it's so necessary for Black and Brown API communities to access these jobs. And so I was very excited to see the numbers that you presented because it shows for those communities that that it's for some of them significantly higher than the city average. And what I want to say is, I wish affirmative action was still a policy tool that cities and state in the state of California could use. I really do. Because, we don't have to relitigate that, but if anyone wants to litigate it with me, I'd be happy to. On that point, I've been very clear, and I'll be clear again. I strongly believe there needs to be civil service reform, especially to make sure that people are able to access city jobs faster and quicker and fill vacancies. And all of you know that is like anathema for me to say in some of the circles that I am in. But I still say it nonetheless. And what I just want to put out there as part of the strategic discussions that you are having with your team and with other stakeholders is, I do think it will be a challenge, not just for this commission, but especially at the city council phase and during the meet and confer process to come with a recommendation. I'm not saying that you are because you haven't yet, but to come with a recommendation to say to put the entire civil service into municipal code and out of the charter. I just want to be very upfront with that because I think there are changes that need to be made, especially around testing, other areas. But when I see some of the recommendations, and I know that they were made by your department before you took leadership, and I want to recognize that. But in some of the recommendations, like to extend the probation period, to streamline the layoff process, to add a section that provides for the suspension of civil service during an emergency. I can tell you that's like 3 red flags up in the air. And what that could potentially signal, which I know it's what you're not signaling, but we know how people can interpret things, is these are the things that the personnel department will want to do if it's out of the charter. So we will need to fight it tooth and nail, because I know how these people think, maybe just a little. And so I understand the balancing act that you and your team are trying to navigate. But what I want to say is I think we have a real opportunity to really solve some of the most pressing issues. And I don't want it to be like a black and white argument. What I've been talking about with so many people about things in life is that I hate the phrase, it's the side of a coin. No, everything is like a diamond and there's so many different facets to it, especially this and frankly all the charter issues. So you don't have to react, I just kind of wanted to throw that out there. Commissioner Flattery.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the frank, forthright, I think insightful comments there. I merely just wanted to tag on to Commissioner Thomas's comments here to flag that whether it's in your recommendations or through the work of the committee, that this very important issue of the modernization, the relevance and accessibility of this testing process and how those lists come to be and are used is super important for the efficiency and expediency of hiring. And so I just wanted to tie those comments back to the need to identify whether there are obstacles in the charter to those goals. You don't have to answer that here, but I hope if there are, that there'll be recommendations, and if they're not, that the committee gets a clear understanding of whether there are charter reforms to be to advance those goals. Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause to our presenters. Executive Director, I believe we have the CAOs up next.
Yes, we do. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. We're excited to have our next presenter come up from the CAO's office. This is a presentation that I know many commissioners and the public talked about having more of in this forum, kind of back to basics, back to 101. So this is going to be just without recommendations. This is just kind of to give everyone a framework, a background of LA's city budget process as it is right now. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to CEO.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jacob Wexler. I'm the Chief of Finance for the Office of the City Administrative Officer. And tonight, I will be speaking to you about some components of the budget process and the budget as they occur in the city charter. As the Executive Director indicated, my plan today is to provide you background information and highlight some of the elements of the charter that do impact the budget process and the sort of framework that we work within. We will be hearing in future meetings from the City Administrative Officer at Zabo, we are working in our office on putting together our thoughts and recommendations, which will be working back to you with those meetings. That is your subsequent actions on the 2-year budget process as I'm discussing this evening. So the topics I was going to discuss tonight were budget development process in general, including schedules, future goals, and different actors within the city, as well as sort of the general planning work under our budget control process, how we continue to work with the budget as the year goes on, and a couple comments about our financial policies and our financial policies. So starting with budget development, the slide on the screen is our general calendar for budget development each year. I'll begin by talking about the annual process, and then I'll come back and talk about the goals of each one of those actors.
And I really apologize, but I can't see this screen. I can't see this.
You all have the slide here, right?
Do you all see it? I mean, I can't.
It's easier if you pull it up on your phone. It's on our website, in the materials. Okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry. So beginning our fiscal year is from July to June, so this year begins in July. During the month of August, the mayor releases, generally August or September, releases our budget policy letter. This is where she identifies the goals and priorities for the departments where they're going to submit as part of their budget. In the subsequent months, the departments begin to develop their budget proposals to the mayor, and usually around November, the departments submit their budgets to the mayor and to the city administrative officer, obviously council, with the request that they make for having this fiscal year. Then it shifts to the analysis of those requests. The office of the city administrative officer, my office, the CEO, we assist the mayor in the review of those budget proposals from the departments. There's a process of discussion over the subsequent months between the mayor, our office, the city departments, wherever else she wants to bring in to that process. Usually with formal meetings or hearings that are held during that time period. And based on those discussions and other commitments, the mayor will finalize decisions usually towards the end of March, early April. And then the CEO is developing a schedule of budget documents, and the mayor releases those documents to the city council on April 20th. Beginning then, the process shifts to the city council. The city council usually sends the budget to the budget finance committee, who then several weeks of hearings, public hearings on the budget, discusses the proposed budget as the mayor has presented it, or turning it over to the full council with recommendations and changes. Full council must act by June 1st pursuant to the charter. The mayor then has 5 days or the office of the budget to veto the budget, and then the city council can override that. So 5 days of that action. So that happens in June. That's the other process. So that's sort of the general budget development process over the course of the year that's scheduled. It's going to shift now to be able to deeply into the individual roles that the different participants in this process have, starting with the mayor. And on this side, well, you can see the mayor's role with the budget are permanent charter sessions. We have 2014. The mayor sets the priorities and parameters for the budget through her policy letter. And I said she governed the mayor's typically releases in August, September. The charter requires them to release by February 1st. So quite a way to do that. Then with support of, and also these are also the rules, with support from city departments and CEO, the mayor reviews the budgets and the requests. She takes with this in which she develops a proposed budget, and her priorities are announced from public, city council, departments, whatever input she wants to consider. Her goal is to release the budget on April 20th, and of course I discuss the rules to have the opportunity to veto the budget. The limitations as to what she can veto has to be in between the city council. It can only be after the city council has changed. So she can change that to her original proposals. And the amounts that she changes to have to be in between the council and the mayor having her proposed budget. Moving on to the city council's role, as I said, the budget and finance committee takes the lead on reviewing the budget subsequent to release on April 20th. They review it, they discuss it, see that they hold public hearings on it. They consider proposals for change from them, often by city departments. Typically, writers that were not included or included or around the departments for the public might require or might request. And usually the requests are for increased funding. And then the budget finance committee will make recommendations to the full council for changes to the mayor's proposed budget. The city council then has a public hearing. This is specifically outlined in church for 313 and 315. The city council will hold a public hearing. They will approve and amend, they will approve and amend the budget, amend and adopt the budget by June 1st, then have the opportunity to override and mayor or veto. Also limited to changes in between events and the interchange. And going back to the council's original change. So there's a different stations. City departments also play a role in the budget development. Their role is identified in the charter section 311. They submit the budget to the mayor and to the city council. They do so in a form that the CEO prescribes based on the CEO's work with the mayor. And pursuant to the charter, they draft submissions January 1st. As I said, there would be draft submission requirements before that time. They provide any additional information that was requested by the mayor, and subsequently they have testified before the city council, budget finance committee especially, and answer questions that the council may have and participate in that manner. Public, there is, public participation is not, most of the not specifically consistent through the change the budget, but other public participation requirements or rules in the cities. Public has the full ability to impact this process as they would any other city process. There is, as I stated, a requirement that the council takes public comment in outline charter section 313. Some specific public groups and council participating in the budget process are often called to provide information for the budget finance committee, and we were also typically will sort of present formally to the budget finance committee in their so it's still public participation, but just very the next thing, the next role that I was going to talk about was my office as the city administrative officer. Our rules on charter section 291 pursuant to the budget. We are responsible for designing the budget process in such a way that to reflect the mayor's stated priorities or approach. So we design the process based on what she asked us to do. We support departments that prepare their budget requests for the mayor. We review budget requests and make recommendations to the mayor's office. We track and analyze broad financial budget analytics, such as budget balancing needs, compliance with city financial policies, and other broad elements. We produce all required budget documents for publication. We prepare independent analysis for the Budget Finance Committee regarding the mayor's proposed budget. So it's a little quirky, but after we support the mayor through the budget process, we then turn to staff council. We provide separate our own analysis of what the mayor's decisions were. That we were helping her to make recommendations on the mayor for the recommendations. But our charter role is to write an independent analysis, and we do that with a set of documents that we support to the city council based on our independent analysis of the proposed budget. We staff the Budget Finance Committee and provide responses to many questions that we get from the city council committee. We produce the budget resolution document, which is a document that the full council will ultimately adopt on the budget. And then following the adoption of the budget, we produce the budget resolution in collaboration with the city chief budget analyst and also the city attorney's office. And following the adoption of the budget, we produce the adopted budget books, including the adopted budget documents and folder length files and publishes on that website, and also other adopted budget documents that provide information about what is included in the adopted budget documents we call the white book, the standard methods, and the back it's just documents as well. So that's kind of a brief dive into the budget development process. I just want to briefly talk about the constraints that the budget works under. Obviously, sort of the big picture for a great budget, revenues have to equal expenditures, so where do revenues come from? The controller is required to submit estimates of the next year's revenues on March 1st of each year, and the mayor then, the assistant CEO will finalize the potential revenues for the next fiscal year. Because the budget is due to the 20th, as we progress past that March 1, work with the controller, we have additional data, and the mayor will typically call different revenue based on separate analysis and additional data that the controller then have to produce their report, which typically goes in January. The set of revenues and expenditures have to be equal, so the mayor, the decision-making process has to weigh all the revenues against revenues, and council has the same constraint. So when they're going to change the budget, they can't add anything the departments ask for unless there is revenues that are available to pay for those forward-looking offsets or reductions in expenditures are included in those budgets. And sort of maybe sort of draw it and say the number of the priority items always exceeds the available revenues. I'm going to shift now to budget control. This is sort of what we do with budget after navigation of the budget, which is balanced on paper. I have planned the budget is planned, that's balanced. We need to make sure that the faculty, the revenues that are coming in are going to cover the cost for the first of this year. We've got everything in the budget is protection. And we need to make changes as it goes. So we're continually evaluating and adjusting the amount of budget based on expenditure, shortfalls, revenue, shortfalls, need for interim funding for different things, sort of appropriation contingent items that are unresolved in the budget, rather than all those during the course of the year. Charge section 300 prohibits departments from spending excess appropriation amounts or limits on that are required departments to live within the optimal budget amounts, despite the fact that all these need changes. The charge sections 342, 343 provide very sort of limited ability for departments to make small changes, but in order to make significant changes like meaningful to get to the additional amounts that they're actually spending, there needs to be some counsel in the mayor. So the vehicle for doing that is reports that the CEO produces called financial status reports. We do these typically about 4 a year, 4 of these reports a year, but certain years you might have to do additional one period there. There's extraordinary needs, sort of this requirement comes out of multiple places, and they have a report on the budgets in terms of section 291A, but it's also requesting to write the city council meeting on the budget, and it's also financial policies will do this ongoing reporting. And this is the vehicle that departments can use to request changes to their programs. They also report separately that this is the most priority that departments to expect to request changes to their appropriation program, which we would report revenue projection changes. We will first department analyze information to make recommendations to the council. Will take action subject to approval of the mayor to make major changes to the department's appropriations. So it's just an active process of monitoring data as the year goes on. A word on our financial policies, which is not a very document, but sort of just giving you a sense that there are other policies that are out there that are impacting the way the city makes its financial decisions. These are policies most recently updated in 2020. They include fiscal policies, capital policies, our debt policy, policies related to pensions, our general fund reserves, conferences, a lot of sort of nitty-gritty elements of our city finances. We track 7 major financial policies each year, which gives us sort of the ability to track results across multiple years. These are related to the city's reserve fund, reserve fund is established for 5% minimum business financial policy. It also compliance with our budget stabilization policy, budget stabilization fund is established in the charter, policy related to the ordinance is outside of the charter. We have policies about our general reserves, our capital, there's meeting our capital policies, use of one-time revenues for one-time expenditures, which is related to our structural balance. We have the second structural balance policy that we track, and also whether we're following our debt policies. So these are major policies that we use as indicators for how financially responsible we both think about the budgets that we track on a monthly basis. There are multiple other financial policies I'm not going to talk about them, just use it within them. We have policies that are discouraging appropriations, for meeting reverse revenue streams, and for protecting our restricted revenues, as opposed to being, we protect our unrestricted revenues, our government revenues, to give the maximum flexibility in the city council mayor to continue making setting decisions based on current priorities. We have policies seeking full cost recovery, federal funds, fees, required performance budgeting metrics, and strategic plans. These are all part of our financial policies. We have policies requiring positions to be fully funded, which is sort of the best practice. Policies related to transparency, providing good information to the public, thorough information, accurate information, as well as policies related to our retirement systems, and the need to fund them based on actuarial analysis. And that concludes my answer. I'm happy to address any questions.
Commissioner Schwager. Jacob, thank you for being here and being with us here late. Appreciate that. This was super helpful, and I'm really pleased to see how you outlined the various charter sections that relate to your presentation. I do want to just acknowledge for my fellow commissioners that you cite the charter section, but that you really describe how that's carried out in practice. And there is some difference between the language of the charter and how you carry it out in practice, and I think it's super valuable that you pointed out the latter. Let us then review the form. So, thank you. There's certainly overlap. I'm not saying that there isn't consistency. I'm just pointing out that you were citing practice rather than language. But I appreciate it.
That's correct. And I was referencing the sections in order to you have the reference on where we drew sort of the inspiration from to have those practices.
I think that's super valuable. Let me ask you two questions. One is your financial policies that you cited there, and in the process that you cited, the process is really related to the city's budget. Broadly speaking, the city includes its proprietary departments, but this budget process is separate from the proprietary departments. Could you just share with the commission what the sort of relative scope of the or amount of the city budget and our proprietary departments, given that they are that they're presented and developed and approved in different ways? And the second part of that question is if the financial policies they cited also relate to the proprietary departments, or do they have their own separate set of policies?
Thank you. I prefer not to get numbers off the top of my head.
Sure.
The proprietary departments that you're talking about, the ones we typically think of are the port, and WP. Also outside of the city's typical budget process are our pension systems, with basers and retirement pensions and the city employee retirement system. So all of those pursuant to charter do have a separate budget process. Their amounts are certainly larger than the city's $14 billion budget in combination.
think there are more city employees in that, but in terms of scope, in terms of amounts, our staff programs in those departments, it's maybe the full amount is close to $50 billion overall. What we're doing.
Significant, and I just want to call out that it's a significant amount. It's operating in their own processes.
Yes, and the financial policies you are accurate, they are intended to apply to sort of what we consider the council control universe, or the main focus, the main focus of the city budget. So that's correct. So it is not applying the proprietary departments. There may be some elements.
Maybe some of them.
Yeah, but they certainly would be responsible for having their own sets of financial principles that they follow.
Thank you. It's important to be aware of that distinction as we think we're making policy for, budgetary policy, just recognize the limitations of that here, or where there is relevance in terms of other charter language. So the other point that, we've heard where we're talking about the consideration of expanding to a 2-year budget. We've also heard comments that, the council would like to have more time to be able to deliberate. And you cited the dates that are, I believe in the charter actually, about when proposals need to be presented and whatnot. So as we consider that process and what it might take in a 2-year budget, my question is, with regard to the April presentation and the March deadline for budget projections, if we were to give greater time for deliberation, do you foresee any challenges or any significant sticking points in terms of equally then moving back those projection dates or those proposal dates? Do we lose how much certainty are we losing, or are we dependent on data that doesn't come to a certain point?
Thank you. I'm going to try to limit my response to that. We are, as I said, discussing and working on proposals and more thorough thoughts on that. So you'll present itself. I will say that I think it's relevant for as a data point for you to consider the timing of the revenues as they come into the city. And to the degree that we use current year revenues to project the future year revenues that we're going to expect. Many of our revenue sources do come in periodically throughout the course of the year. Sales tax, rent and occupancy tax, these are fines. Those are on a schedule, so monthly easier to project. There are, I would say, 3 major sources of revenues that are not, that have become we have much better projections as the year goes on. Property tax primarily arrives maybe December and February. You have to check your bills and know exactly what you do. So obviously that's one issue. And then probably the most delayed part is the business tax, which is due January 1st, but typically the majority of it comes in March. Even towards the end of March. And then a large source, which is actually a nominal with multiple receipts, we call it permanent receipts. Don't want to go into exactly what that is, but I think a significant portion of that tends to be, we tend to put that towards the end of the fiscal year. That may not be quite impacted for our projections. So certainly business tax and property tax are big impacts.
Thank you for that. So just to note that, as we look at possible adjustments to the process, if we're going to adjust the dates that are in the charter, that's something that we should or shouldn't. I just want to be sure that we're informed and you can help inform us with future information as well. But your comments here are super helpful, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner Stein and Commissioner Field. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your presentation. I thought it was terrific. Explain to me, please, exactly what an FSR is and how do the quarterly FSRs affect the budget itself.
Forgive me if I'm using acronyms, it's my day-to-day life, but I apologize. FSR stands for Financial Status Report.
I was going by, I've always called them FSRs, but Financial Status Report.
Financial Status Report. So, and what it is it's a report that's produced by the CEO, by the City Administrative Officer, and it's our analysis of the state of the city's revenues, how the city is doing, where the city's reserves are, where the reserve fund stands, and other city reserves, and how departments are doing spending against their appropriations. So do we have surpluses in department accounts, or are departments overspending their accounts? We also raise any issues concern. So if you look at last year's reports, obviously we had long sections of the impacts of the fires. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to follow up.
Okay, so we raise issues and concerns, and then significantly reduce that problem. In this context, it tends to be the main vehicle that we use in order to adjust the current year budget. So it's an ability to correct as we go along. If we have underestimated the costs of liability claims, we will try to find some way to find available funds and some other ways to be able to increase that spending.
Was the city, CAO in charge of the FSRs and contacts all the different departments? You sort of like I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but the delivery house of their products and they issue the FSRs, or take the airport out as proprietary. This planning by nature have to give you one quarterly, this Park and Recs, and going down the list of different departments. How does it functionally work?
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, the CEO writes reports, which is part of our review to reporting requirements, and also part of it, as I said, are the expectation maybe that financial policy council specific instruction. We have a process in which we ask departments to submit that information to us actually on a monthly basis. Usually 4 times a year, we do a deep dive and work with them, make sure we understand every single thing in their submissions. We prepare a narrative and recommendations, work with them based on our office's independent analysis of what needs to be handled, and then compile that into a large report, which is the XR, and we submit it to the council for their review.
So while we only have the budget once a year, we have these FSRs 4 times a year, and I'm going to put it maybe in a crude way, and I don't mean to, but is it sort of how does Peter steal to pay Paul on those 4 occasions to make it work, going back to the original budget that was adopted by the council?
I would say that is an accurate description. It's generally for last year we sometimes do throw extra ones in there, but we are subject to the same constraints during the first and fifth year as we are for developing a budget, because we need to make sure that somehow our expenditures match up against our available planning or our receipts. So we're kind of doing that same balance on the fly, and it often does mean taking reductions out of one department in order to fund an overspend in another department.
And what if there's not enough money for people to pay Paul on our rate of 5% reserve, then what happens?
Then it's incumbent upon the office of the CEO to come up with recommendations that the council will then consider. I mean, I'll tell you, we actively used last year. We did a reduction exercise, which we generated $76 million of reductions in departments in order to do that. We will recommend things that we would not prefer to when we during COVID. Before we were built out of the American Rescue Plan Act, we were facing $600 or $7 million in reductions, and we had to put everything on stuff that we would never generally advise as a lot, including going below the 5% policy level. Taking funds out of the budget is just not consistent with the policy, maybe in debt financing operations. None of those things are consistent with our financial policies. but in the end, we have an obligation for our revenues, our receipts to meet our expenditures that year.
There's been a lot of discussion of two-year budgets, which I only speak for myself, not for the rest of the commission, but just sort of listening to the questions of the commission. It's something this commission probably would look very, very, very seriously at. My question is, what if a mayor's term expires and we have a 2-year budget, and then all of a sudden the new mayor comes into office and his or her priorities are different than the past mayor? How does he or she change the budget in order to reflect his or her priorities, or is that person just stuck with it for the first year until he or she gets her chance in the second year?
I will look forward to coming back and asking questions about all this.
If I may, we're just trying to, when we come back to recommendations, so I think the best questions are just how the process is as it is now, for this discussion with Jacob and Megas, just because they are definitely coming back to us with recommendations, and we'll definitely be able to answer the questions, especially when Matt comes and answer questions about hypothetical 2-year budgets.
I'm sorry, I think this is a totally appropriate question.
No, I
And in the case, no, you haven't said anything now, you said you're going to be able to provide thoughts about that when you come back. We've heard you're coming back, and so I think signaling we want to hear when you come back is totally appropriate.
And I will say, Richard, that part of what we were discussing internally is exactly not a recommendation day or nay on a 2-year budget, 1-year budget. It's if this, then how. And so that's a great kind of question for us to think about.
I wish one last facetious question. What happens if the department, the mayor, or anyone else that reports doesn't meet their reporting date? Is there any penalty attached to that?
In the charter?
The mayor has to issue her, in this case, her budget by X day. And for some reason, she's not able to do that. Is there any penalties? She's late? Or the department is late? What happens then?
I would defer to that to see where it is impacted. I think for some of these, for example, if the city council doesn't act like July, there is a specific provision in the charter that states that the budget as proposed by the mayor will go into effect. And going back to COVID, they made council actually made a decision to not act by June 1st, and that budget was to go into effect in subsequent fiscal year. Normally, we're going to have to change significantly. So, but specifically, what charter trail looks like, unfortunately, I don't know. Would be
I have Commissioner Field, myself, and Thomas in the queue. Commissioner Field.
Thank you. Thanks for a very informative presentation. I think Commissioner Thomas and Commissioner Mack and I get to see you again because we're on the committee for personnel and budget. So I have a number of things, questions, comments, and requests for future information, not necessarily now. I would like, Commissioner Schlager asked a question that I need to understand better about those proprietaries. And you mentioned, if I understood correctly, LAWA, the harbor, DWP, and then you said the pensions?
It's Los Angeles Fire Protection System and Los Angeles City. Those are departments oversee those.
Okay. But hopefully for our committee, maybe you'll give us a better sense of how that fits into the bigger budget picture. I would really like some pie charts, sources of revenue, and where expenditures go. That to me is a very easy way to start understanding the budget. Again, I don't know what percent is state funding, federal, and you mentioned, of course, our share of property tax, our share of sales tax, but I love those as information. Again, I think the committee and then eventually the entire commission definitely needs to understand the implications and impacts of a 2-year budget cycle, which lots of people are talking about. I'm curious about the systematic periodic review of fees. I think everyone knows there's going to be this huge jump in trash collection for single-family homes and I believe small apartment buildings. And the fact that they haven't done that for, I think it's 17 years since the last, reassessment of that, the need for that fee. You could tell me not tonight necessarily whether it's within the purview of the budget or that's some other part of the charter about periodic assessment of what is costing the price, provide services that are fee-based, not free like the library, and when we, how are we going to create something that's more fair, in my opinion, to make it more systematic? Not wait, nearly 2 decades and then this sudden huge increase. I'm sure everyone's hearing about that. I'd like to understand better what your chart about the reserves. Actually, it's your chart on financial policies, and some of them had a check mark and some had an X. And maybe next time you can explain what the X means. It implies that we have not met the goal, but consider that one of my future concerns. I think that kind of covers it for now, except I just want to say I am really surprised, because I didn't know, April 20th for the mayor and June 1st for the council? That is so short. The governor presents a budget January 10th, and the legislature doesn't have to return their commentaries and changes till June 15th, so January to June. And I feel like the timeline here is extremely tight. And we have also heard from neighborhood council folks, they find it extremely difficult within that tight timeline to give their input. So those are for the future when we see you again. I think at our committee perhaps in the near future, and then eventually all of us. But thank you so much, very helpful.
I don't want to short circuit after the couple that I know knock out quickly. The check marks is your correct and X's were compliance, not compliance. I let that in a sense to illustrate that the CEO provides some independent analysis of our responsibility. And so we do that despite the fact that that was our assessment of the proposed budget, the adopted budget, or not just representative. So yes, we evaluate those policies. We'll do that every single year on the proposed and adopted budget, and we'll report that publicly so that it's out there. And then there is, I'm not aware of any charter related to updating fees, but there are financial policies that do advocate for support the keeping fees at full cost recovery unless there is a policy decision to provide a subsidy. So that the policy exists, but it's a separate, it's in the financial policies. And I don't know that a lot about the state budget process, so there is a maybe revised, so I'm not sure what the legislation, what the city does up there in between January and May, when the government resubmits the budget.
Myself, Commissioner Thomas, and Commissioner Mack in the queue. I want to say again, thank you for staying with us this evening. I also found your presentation really helpful. I pulled up right now the recommendations that the CAO sent to the Ad Hoc Governance Reform Committee when they put a call to departments for potential charter revisions. And proposal 5 was to have a 2-year budget from the CAO. So I hope you wouldn't backpedal and did not say yay or nay. I think it's really important for, especially the CAO's office, which is a very strong office in the city of Los Angeles, to take a firm stance. Now, they did include rationale and concerns for each of the proposals, but I hope the department would not play what I often say is we're not a policy maker, we're not the commission, and we're not going to take a stance. I think it's important, and so as you all discuss it, I would encourage you to do it because, to Commissioner Stein's point, that was one of the concerns, and some of the concerns that I have talked with some commissioners about, how do we time it out to make sure that it would prevent what you were talking about as far as, an incoming mayor being handcuffed, because obviously they received an electoral mandate
whatever side they are on, it doesn't matter, the vote is voting for them to have them constrained is something we have to take under serious consideration. I wanted to ask you this though on the budget, because I don't know how much of this is just anecdotal over the last few years, or if there's actually been, in your estimation, maybe a structural problem. We've gone through a series of crises that none of us could have anticipated. You mentioned what happened with the budget process in the city with COVID being one of them. And then of course, we had now the attack of the federal government, the fires, and the whole confluence of things that created a massive budget crisis for the city. You know, in this past, most recent fiscal year, we will probably have a similar one for the next 2 fiscal years. And what at least what I hear, and I guess it's anecdotal perhaps, is the budget documents are dumped on the council and they continue getting blue books and budget documents even until the day of that budget and finances meeting. And they're like, how are we supposed to do a hearing on this? How is the public supposed to come and provide comment? Usually on the one day of the entire process that they allow public comment for the public. And then, you see the committee schedule for budget and finance, and it's boom, 1 month, and it's every 3 days, and don't bother talking to the council offices about anything else. You see poor Katie, this all of them dying on the line because, we just went through this. And so, that is for me, and I think for what I heard, is one of the alluring parts of a multi-year budget process, is how to remedy that, how to give the public, council members, CAO, CLA, more time to do the important work. Because I'll tell you, the one thing that I saw in the budget process that was missing, and I think it was unique to this one, was the role of the CLA. Because I remember when the CLA came up with her wrap-up on this one, and we're like, oh, she found a way to make sure that she shaved off 500 layoffs. How did she find it in her wrap-up? And it wasn't in the original, proposal for the budget. And so I'm just curious, in your opinion, are these because of the unique nature of the crises that the city has been facing, or is there something more structural here that it just feels like everything's so compressed when it comes to the budget season?
I don't have experience in doing your credit showing the questions, whether you're doing it. We can certainly give us a thought and Matt can go back.
Appreciate that. Commissioner Thomas.
Many of the commissioners already touched on the questions I had about budget process and timing. I'm so happy that your office is coming back to provide recommendations around that. I think I just wanted to echo again something that we've continued to hear from our previous meetings, from speakers and from council and the public, is that there isn't enough time for the public to review with the proposed budget before the public hearing. And so I think that's a continuous sticking point that we are hearing on this commission. And so I think it would really be helpful for the next time your office comes to really kind of address that and your thoughts on, I think as the other commissioners mentioned, the implications and kind of some of the obstacles that you see from shifting hypothetically from a 1 year to a multi-year budget. Thank you.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yeah, I have a couple of issues. Now, you mentioned liability, and my concern with regards to liability, the first question is whether or not the city of Los Angeles is involved in police brutality bonds. Police brutality bonds. Is the city of LA currently involved with police brutality bonds.
I'm not familiar with that bond mechanism, that essentially
Yes, there's it basically, you know, it basically what it does is that it puts, when people are killed by the police and they get these huge lawsuits, people on Wall Street make money off of it. So they're literally making money off of black and brown bodies being killed in the street by the police. And so I can send you something. I spoke with the mayor about this. She wasn't aware of it either. I hard to believe she wasn't. So my second point is, when we talk about liabilities, we know that if you track the liabilities associated with policing, it's huge. And there is what is called the there's participatory budget. There's a group, People's Budget LA, that has surveyed, I don't know, over 70,000+ engineers. And they have said, the people have said what they think priorities should be. And it's certainly the same as the mayor's budget. They seem to be more interested in poverty reducing, in funding poverty reducing programs, which in fact do more to stop crime than policing. And so the police get a lion's share of the city's budget, way too much. And so what would be the possibility, or would it make sense for there to be a threshold in the charter regarding the amount of money that some of these policing specifically should be getting? Because I don't think they should be getting more than half of the city's budget. I don't think they should. And I would like to see the numbers. And so what I would like for you to do, if you would, is juxtapose the mayor's budget and the mayor's priorities with the people's budget. And I hope they will come here and present with the people's budget, because as I have been told, is that we are at a serious deficit right now that no one knows how to come close. But what we do know is policing consistently gets an increase in their budget. And so and this happens in large part because people who run for office, oftentimes they want to show that they're tough on crime, right? And then oftentimes that means they're trying to secure funding from the police association. The police association plays a major role in this liability issue in terms of protecting police officers. The killing of unarmed black and brown folks in the city. And so, how can we take, lack of a better way of putting it, how can we take that decision from elected officials and give that decision to the charter that says, okay, instead of 51% of the budget goes to policing, we're going to say that never should the amount of money budgeted for policing be more than poverty reduction programs. We have a crisis that is going to be occurring in not too long with housing. A lot of people are taken off the street, right? Those vouchers expire. Where are those people going to go? 18-month program. Where they go, we're going to be back to where we started. We've already spent all of this money. And a part of the reason that even houselessness has been such a tremendous problem is that the police believe, and I'm quoting, that because they said we're asleep, meaning people who work in services, who work for the city, we're asleep when they're out here dealing with the unhappiness. And so that became the justification for the COVID money that they took a lion's share of, and the housing money that they took a lion's share of. And now we have this issue with lots of, it's just a complete and utter mess. And the mayor ran on her capacity to do something about homelessness, or houselessness. And so I'm wondering, how does her budget reflect actually reducing poverty? Actually reducing poverty, because to think that someone can come off the street having been on the street living for a year or 5 years, whatever it is, that in 18 months they'll get a job, get some training, and be able to get permanent housing and able to pay rent, and rent is about $2,300 a month, it's just impossible. And so we have to look at this budgeting process as telling a story. And what I would like to know is, as you look at the budget, what is the story? What is the narrative? I don't just mean the numbers, because a lot of, we look at numbers, a lot of times our eyes are lost, but there is a story that's associated with the budget. And what I'm interested in is that how does that story compare with the story that's being told people's budget in LA? How does it compare with what is happening with the unhoused, what is happening with people of color, what is happening with those marginalized, what is happening with Black folks in communities? I want to see specifically, I want to know specifically, how is that being addressed in real time and in a narrative, if that's possible. Thank you.
So, I'm not a historic budget.
Not tonight.
No. But I will say that it's the role of the CEO to provide the letters so that people can understand the words, so they can put the story together. And different people looking at the same numbers with that. There's a lot of them, thousands of pages. The fact that people are aware that this is how much we're spending on police, and this is what we're spending on other property programs. That's what the budget should do. The documents that our office produces, something that people can read and be able to tell those stories. I'm not sure that our office initially.
I'm not saying that you take it there. I'm not saying that your office should.
Yeah.
But what I am saying is that there is a budgetary narrative. I'm saying there should be a budgetary narrative that people are able to pick up and read so they understand at least what went into, what was in the thinking of the mayor or city council when they came up with these numbers. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, and I hope that our documents help people to be able to read that narrative. I heard many questions that I will bring back to the office.
Well, I'm in business vaccinated, so that's why I'm going first. So you don't have to do it now, but I just wanted to.
No, I wasn't going to.
I just want to give you.
Okay, so I wrote it down. I heard you. I will bring it back to the office.
Mr. Chair, may I just help ensure that the language you use with regard to the liability on the payouts from police brutality, that I know the city has looked at bond funding liability payments, and so that whole question of liability relates very much more broadly to the specific liability payouts that Commissioner Thomas was making. And I think you can relate back to his comment in addition to giving a broader picture on those liability issues. And certainly, again, go back to whether there's any direct limitation, checking documents related to that. So I would just ask for a friendly amendment to your comment to make sure that you're getting back what you may get from on that question. Thank you.
Thank you. If the question is related to judgment obligation bonds, I can tell you that the city has issued judgment obligation bonds in the past and currently does not have any judgment obligation bonds. If that was the
Well, that is, but these are specifically called police or brutality bonds and can be traded on Wall Street, the folks on Wall Street. And I'll send you.
All right, let's give our presenter a round of applause, please. Commissioner and file. Okay, we have, thank you. We have a motion to receive and file. Is there a second? Without objection, seeing none, receive and file. Commissioner, we still have 2 items on the agenda. Do you all want to power through or do you want a very brief recess? All right, let's power through. Sounds good. Okay. Item number 3 on the agenda is discussion relative to potential personnel and budget-related charter amendments, including but not limited to, and then it continues on. So I will ask, it looks like our Deputy Director, Max, for this.
Okay, thank you. All right, good evening, everybody. Max, I'm the Deputy Director of the Charter Reform Commission. I'm just going to walk you through the staff report. So these reforms, came from presentations at our September 13th commission meeting, as well as other documents, including materials submitted to the Charter Reform Council file. And we sorted these recommendations based on whether they related to various topics contained within the personnel subcommittee. So personnel, budget, and periodic charter review. So in terms of personnel-related recommendations, we do have some from the personnel department, but as has been mentioned, we're still waiting for that full list. So this is really sort of an incomplete overview of that, and that list is going to be extremely important. So as I mentioned, we had letters from departments, and also there are some motions that are on the council file, and those are all in that list that CLA presented a while back. But we went through those to take out the personnel-related items. So you can see there's a number of them from various city departments. And sort of the process the city has decided to do is the mayor, has asked the personnel department to really streamline all the recommendations from the departments. And so that's what they're going to be presenting. So we put these, department recommendations in, as well as that motion, just for the record, just to give you some sense of, what has been proposed in the past. These are from 2024. So yeah, we do really need those new set of recommendations. So moving on to budget, some of the big items here are, developing the 2-year operating budget. That is a CAO recommendation, but we also received a lot of recommendations on this at our planning and infrastructure meetings, so we're sort of listing all the groups that suggested that. And then we have, a number of recommendations that we included from Fair Rep LA, relating to the budget process and, increasing transparency. And then, moving on to the last topic of periodic charter review. So the ordinance that set up this commission does have language on doing periodic charter review. It says that, periodic charter review should happen no less than every 10 years. That, there should be an outreach engagement plan, and that the recommendations will be reviewed by the city council. So, one of the big topics is whether to put charter review into the charter as opposed to being an ordinance. Another one to think about is whether it should be independent. So instead of reforms going to city council, they go directly to voters, which is the process in other cities. And we also have, a range of recommendations here again by Fair Rep LA. Suggesting an independent charter review committee, but also some other ones on, basically the format of the commission and how the commission will operate. Those are our recommendations. We are having another town hall on personnel in December. Also, we'll most likely, need an additional meeting to go over those recommendations from the personnel department. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioner Field. Can you speak a little bit to whether or not there are going to be policy reports? I know the committee are at large. They will analyze the impacts of any potential proposals. Are you doing that, or are we hiring a policy consultant to do, formal research?
Yes, you will be getting that. The first one you all will be getting will be planning and infrastructure, which is going to come on the 22nd. That report currently is about 30 pages long. And we have hired a policy consultant that's assisting us with it. We're also meeting with CLA, with departments, with city attorney, CAO, and those documents will have a bibliography of reports on all these issues. So, yes, you're going to have much more exhaustive reports. These sort of initial staff reports, we're really using them to give you a list of ideas that are presented to the commission and also from these other sources. And the second staff report will have much more analysis of these, we'll give you background information, and also we're going to give you options. So, for example, expanding the council, we're going to give you numbers for that. We're going to give you pros and cons. So, we're really looking forward to sharing that planning infrastructure report, within the next few weeks before that October 22nd meeting.
Thank you.
Commissioner Field. Yes, and thank you so much for clarifying that there's going to be more details and more pros and cons. I just want to check terminology. Did you say these are recommendations from staff, or are these just concepts for our future continuing dialogue?
Sorry, these are not recommendations from staff. So these are recommendations from presenters and departments. And so, this is important because this has come up. So, we check the box, right, of who recommended it.
Right.
And then when we go to these other proposed charter amendments, so for example, amend charter section 1001 to extend management positions to increase LADWP's current 15 charter, authorize extend management positions to a total of 90. That is from DWP.
Right. Okay.
So that's not from the personnel department. Those are from departments, and those are the ones submitted on the letter. So these are not all staff's recommendations. We really just try to provide like a clearinghouse of the ideas that are on the table here.
Commissioner Steiner.
Martin, you want to go first?
I think people have worked very hard to get this put together where we are. But I think it is totally naive to believe that if somehow all of
this got through council, and I don't think any of us are that naive to believe that all of this is going to get through council. But in the fantasy of all of this gets through council, how are you ever going to get it passed by the voters when there are so many items? I mean, one of the things I think both of the former executive directors talked about is you're working under a handicap. We had 2 years basically to sort out and put our charter recommendations there. This is, in some ways, probably more than what they put out over the 2-year period. Somebody's got to look at this from the staff perspective and from the chairman's perspective and say, what are our most important issues that we, in our limited time period, can effectuate change with, and hopefully have the city council approve to get it on the ballot? Because I don't think we have $5 million you can pass all of these. And I don't know where there's that many people out there that think they're going to supply or a combination of campaign contributions for $5 million to pass all of these. And the voters are just going to go, oh my God, I'll do my natural reaction. I'll vote no. Because I know status quo, and frankly, maybe it's not very good right now, but I don't have the time to become educated on all this, so my default position is always going to be no. And I think there's got to be this realistic effort to come forth with what we as a commission and need to put on the ballot. I mean, I've seen propositions we should change this date from January 1st to January 8th. It's not on this list. It was in the first portions that came through. And you think a voter really cares if the date is January 1st or January 5th? And if you put it on all as one, special interest, and that's a separate discussion. I'm trying not to use too much time. That's a separate discussion. If you put it on one by one, you've got a chance to get some passed. You put it all as one charter reform. The special interests are going to take their TV money and their by-mail money and are going to be able to just attack that one point and therefore vote no on charter reform. So I'm hoping that we can sort of consolidate this down a little more than what we have so far.
I'd like to respond. Commissioner Stein, I think this is our 4th deliberation meeting, and I think there's a clarification on the purpose of this document. This document is not us saying these are our recommendations or even the path of these recommendations. The document is a clearinghouse of everything that we have heard so far. There are things in here I don't even think would pass this commission, much less council. Okay, so I think the purpose of this is just to have a clearinghouse because we have heard from many commissioners and the public. What have you done with all the council files? What have you done with all of the advocates? What have you done with all the things that commissioners have raised? And this is our clearinghouse for that. The committees are going to do deliberations where they're going to have the hard decisions that you're discussing and that I agree with, that they're going to have to narrow down and provide options to the full commission for us to take the vote. You know, we all read the articles today, and I was very forthright in them, which is, and I have been at many of the meetings, this commission is going to have to make hard decisions on narrowing things down. So I think I agree with your comments. I'm just saying, I just wanted to make sure that you understand the purpose of this is not to imply that these are the things that we're going to do.
Chair, I understood that, but I'm just saying, and there are a number of issues. Let's take ranked choice vote. I don't think it's even on this list.
It's on another one.
Yeah, so that's going to come out of either with a plus or a minus recommendation from the appropriate committee. So this is going to grow before it reduces, is the point I'm trying to make. And I think we need to focus on those issues that are most important to the city.
Commissioner Schlager, Commissioner Thomas, and then myself. Commissioner Schlager.
Great conversation just then. I think my comments were compatible with it. I believe there is a important purpose of transparency to the public that we are following and recording the comments and recommendations that we're hearing, such that we can then be clear about what we were able to take on and what we weren't able to take on. And I believe that will inform the council's deliberations on what to do next for future charter reform, as well as what to put on the ballot. So in that spirit, what I didn't see were recommendations from the budget advocates. That was a formal presentation to us. So I just want to flag that and recognize also that some of their comments may come up in other segments of these staff reports. I'm thrilled to hear that there will be further policy reports that give much more structure to the kinds of choices that are in front of us. And to see that you were pulling from the letters of the departments to be able to build these various lists. And back to an earlier point, the value of us being able to tap into that list as it continues to grow through a commonly accessible feature that's available to the public. I just think it's all coming together at this point that we're having to get broad before we tighten up, and there's going to be leftovers that we need to be able to show clearly that can be a starting point for future discussion beyond us. I wanted, in addition to just flagging the budget advocates, and also flag the when we're looking at DWP, I just want to note also that DWP does have its own office of ratepayer advocate, and that might be an interesting exploration about the range of topics that the ratepayer advocate may have a perspective on, given that they're independent somewhat from what DWP may be saying. So I encourage staff to reach out and explore DWP's Office of Ratepayer Advocate. And then I was just hoping to flag some of the comments in the personnel section for the personnel committee, and to encourage that when they do look at some of these recommendations, I recognize that we're going to get further recommendations from the department, that this question of exemptions that came up in the DWP letter, and I have some of the comments in the staff report here, about doing a deep enough dive on exemptions, about their adequacy in number given the growth of budgets and demands on the city, how they are spread proportionately or not across the different departments and work of the city, and does that reflect kind of the weight and demand that the different departments have to tackle, and also what kind of flexibility or agility the executive office or the mayor's office have to deploy those exemptions for, short-term needs, emerging concerns, or positions that may not have an appropriate, at that moment, an appropriate list or exam or classification. So there's a real value in those exemptions for those reasons. And making sure that the city can make the best use of them is something that I would encourage us to look at. Thank you.
Commissioner Thomas.
I'm sorry. I would just say that when we begin to synthesize this, that we have a rubric that we can all agree on, that it's not arbitrary, that we're able to say exactly, this is our process, this is how we came to this conclusion, this is the reason that we did not include this particular recommendation, and it needs to be agreed on the front end, not while we're in the process of doing it. And I think we all need to agree on it, and all of our committees should function with that rubric, using that rubric.
I'm going to put myself in the queue and the other commissioners will be in the queue. Commissioner Thomas, completely agree. I just want to note a few things that were said in the discussion today that I want to make sure get in the staff report. They're primarily about the multi-year budget cycle. Want to make sure that we take into account and look into the timing relative to the election of a mayor in a multi-year budget cycle. Want to make sure that as we build out that timeline, we incorporate providing time for the public and elected officials to receive and review budget documents. Want to make sure that we look at avenues to provide community engagement, since it's going to be a multi-year budget process. And then I think it was Commissioner Field who mentioned this, and Commissioner Schlatter mentioned this months ago, I believe, a mechanism for ongoing review of fees in the city. It's separate from the budget process, but it's very important to the budgetary health of the city, because I explore options. One is, is this a responsibility that could live in an elected official or in somewhere that this is one of their responsibilities to do. Okay, I think no one else in the queue. May I get a motion to receive and file the staff report? Is it second by Commissioner, motion by Commissioner Stein, second by Commissioner Murray, Commissioner Field, excuse me. Is there any objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Thank you everyone. The motion, thank you Justin and to the entire staff team for the report. Okay, we now move on to item number 4 on the agenda, potential amendment to the bylaws. I'm going to hand it to Commissioner Field.
Oh, thank you. First, I'd like a typo corrected on the agenda. My last name doesn't have an S, okay? It's Field. Small correction. Actually, colleagues, we had a pretty full evening, I would say, and we are missing, as we know, 1/4 of the commission. 3 people are absent. So on the basis of both of those factors, I'm going to ask you to table this motion to the next full commission meeting. That's a motion. I'm not going to explain it, I think.
I second it.
Okay, Chairman?
Is there any objection to the motion to table?
I object to the motion, but I'm ready to go too. I object to the motion because I think it's kicking the can down the road. And so if people felt so strongly about this motion that singles me out, that's how I feel, don't care what anybody thinks, then I think you need to vote on it. I think we need to take it. I'm not going to take long because I have a conclusion. So I'm not going to take long. It will take me 5, it will take me 2 seconds to say what I have to say.
It takes so long.
Well, whatever. This is what people wanted to do, what commissioners wanted to do. So have some courage. Don't be like city council and kick the can down the road. We have to go on. We have voted on things. We need to vote on this.
There is a motion and second to table. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
The motion is seconded.
The motion is seconded, yes. Okay, so seeing no further discussion, the motion is to table item number 4, discussion of impossible amendment to the commission bylaws to the next full commission meeting I will conduct
a roll call vote. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Field.
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Lutz is absent. Commissioner Mack.
No.
Chair Mesa, yes. Second Vice Chair Murray.
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez is absent. Commissioner Schlotterberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
No.
Commissioner Yap is absent. The motion passes. Okay, everyone, just some concluding remarks. I'm definitely want to open it up to commissioners. Also, I want to let commissioners know a few items. Under the current committee structure, we have the Committee for Personnel and Budget, which we discussed at length. As you all know, personnel is under there, and under the description that we have, I want to let the commission and the public know. It is recorded, so hopefully the public will know about this and that. I'm going to be talking with Commissioner Mack for them to take on the topic of LAPD oversight and LAPD discipline as it relates to personnel. So I wanted to let the commission know that I'll be having that discussion with Commissioner Mack, and we will once get a date and a hearing set, report back to the commission on that. Another item is just to let you all know is I'm still working on incorporating the feedback that I received and the input from the commission on the committee assignments. So there will be forthcoming changes. I'm not ready with them yet, but I wanted to let you know that it's not fallen off the radar, and commissioners will be notified of that too once they're ready. The last thing that I wanted to let commissioners know is that I think you all know our next full commission meeting is not for 5 weeks. I am going to look into the possibility of scheduling another full commission meeting. I will ask each commissioner, I'll follow up in writing. If there are dates within the 5-week period that will absolutely not work, I'd like to know that from commissioners to make sure not to schedule it on that date. We have a number of administrative items that I would like the commission to review, a number of items that commissioners have either emailed in privately, and just things that we need to take care of. So I want to let you know I'll be working on scheduling that. Those are the concluding remarks that I have, but I wanted to see if there's any commissioners who have any items for the next agenda or any presentations that they would like to see, or any concluding remarks that Commissioner Thomas, Commissioner Murray, would you like to take a question?
I just, since we're talking about transparency, I've been talking with community members, and I do agree with Commissioner Thomas and Commissioner Stein. At this point, the process should be transparent, and I think when we're in our going into our subcommittee meetings, it's time for us to start deliberating and at least taking the temperature of where people are. There's some very controversial items, such as expanding the city council budget, how police actions are going to be incorporated or not incorporated into the budget. Are we going to get rid of Board of Public Works, the 2-year budget, all those things? I think we need to just start taking the temperature, at least of the subcommittee members, to see where we are. Because if it's like completely unanimous, then maybe we need to focus on other areas that are discrete. As Commissioner Stein said, we have 15 different items on this budget, and if some of them are non-controversial, or where everybody's in agreement, then we could propose it, just to start moving the process along and getting the deliberations going.
Commissioner Stein.
I agree with you 100% on that. I want to know how we can amend the bylaw that I think was an oversight. It basically said whatever is set forth in the bylaws is valid unless it's overridden by a state statute, a city policy or stuff, but they inadvertently left out the word federal. The word federal. And obviously the Constitution is federal and such. So rather than trying to make a motion, have somebody second it, waste is the wrong word, but take more time than is necessary if somehow we could just bring something forward to add that word federal and be done with it.
we will ask the city attorney, and if there's not a workaround, I will close it at the next meeting for unanimous consent. Commissioner Thomas.
Okay, my question is,
Do you have a question for him?
No.
So I'll take another look at the bylaws. I thought that it was mentioned at least once. If it's not, I can tell you right now that obviously you're subject to federal law. So whether or not it's in there, your bylaws, we can make sure that they're complying with federal law. Your point's all taken. We can make it happen.
Thank you. Okay, so my question is, so we're gonna have a special full commission meeting, and so at that special full commission meeting, we're gonna discuss what we tabled today. We're gonna move forward with what we tabled today. Or are we gonna have that at the, whatever it is, the other meeting?
We will have it, if there is another commission scheduled between now and 5 weeks, we will have it then, amongst a few other items.
Then I think that makes the motion different. To table it different, because we should have known that prior to the date was extended. I'm not gonna belabor the point, because my position is gonna be my position regardless. So I'm not gonna belabor the point, but I want to make it clear that I stand by the things that I said, and this is another example of what I mean. I'm not saying that it is malicious. It's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we had a motion to table. This was supposed to go full steam ahead. It's been in the meeting. It's supposed to go full speed ahead, and then all of a sudden, we don't have time. We're ready to go, and nobody's more ready to go tonight. Nobody's more ready to go tonight. And then we vote on the motion to table. And then we say, oh, let's schedule a meeting. When I think we should have taken that into consideration when we did it. And I'm going to say this, and I'm going to go. You need to be very clear on the perceptions that you're giving. You need to be very, and I'm not going to talk about you, I'm talking about all of us. Because the perceptions that we think the community has, it ain't true. The perceptions that people think the community has of me, they ain't true. And I've heard it over and over and over again. For the first time since I have been in this seat, we heard from a real black-led organization. And we didn't even have the capacity to even deal with it. And so, with that note said, God bless you. Right, okay, well, that's good.
Were there any commissioners with any other future items for the agenda, including remarks or future presentations they would like to see? All right, seeing none, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. All right, is there a second? Second by Commissioner Stein. Without objection, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.